Good morning, everyone. Can we be seated, please? I think we're ready to kick off. Our guests of honor have arrived. There we go. Good morning. Habari za asubuhi. My name is Miranda Nyman, and I'll be your MC for the day. Looking forward to working with you. Before we kick off, I would like to run through our official protocol, just make sure it's all observed, and start by welcoming, of course, the Deputy Minister of Investment, Industry and Trade, Honorable Exod Kigahe, Karibu sana. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Community Development, Gender, Women and Special Groups, the Honorable Dr. Zainab Chaula. Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance and Planning, Honorable Lawrence Mafuru. Representatives from the Diplomatic Corps, and I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Ambassador of France, Nabil Haji Lawi. I hope I've said your name correctly. Other representatives from Diplomatic Corps, country representative of the African Development Bank, representatives from the African Guarantee Fund, representatives from banking, I see many that I recognize here, and other financial institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, karibuni sana, and welcome to the AFAWA Finance Series. Makofi, please, a few round of applause. It's been a long journey to get here, but finally we have arrived, and today is about talking about how we can bridge the finance gap and how we can have more women-led SMEs supported so that we can grow the continent and see economic development across the continent. Today, the first of the series is taking place in Tanzania, my home, so I'm glad to see many familiar faces. The flow for the day will start with our official opening ceremony. As I mentioned before, we're very, very honored to have our distinguished VIPs here at the front of the room, and we will proceed with a series of panel discussions. We've got experts in the room who will talk to us about how we can bridge the finance gap. Our official hashtag for the day, I will ask you to just grab your phone. Has everyone got their phone? Can you just wave it in the air? This is the one moment where I'll let you use your phone. I think the hashtag will come up on the screen, but it is AFAWA Finance Series. So when you're tweeting, you're on LinkedIn or Facebook, wherever you want to share the insights and nuggets of knowledge that you received today from our distinguished panelists, that is the hashtag we would like to see so that we have all content in one place. Now, before we kick off, can I ask you to stand up, please? I know you've had coffee, so your stomach is full. You've had a little something. Nomba tusimame. Have you said hello to the people at your table? I'll just ask you to give them, a fist bump, a high five across the table. Can we say good morning to everyone at the table? Introduce yourself. Nomba tusalimiane. We're going to spend the whole day together. And if there's someone alone at the table, you can turn around and you can say hello to them as well. Okay, so we've all had a wave. Today is also about networking. We've got some key players in the room. Everybody is contributing to the ecosystem. So during the breaks, during the lunch break, during the tea breaks, please make sure that you mingle, you network, and you get to know people outside of your immediate circle. Thank you very much. Okay, take a seat. I hope we're stretched a little bit there. I would now like to welcome our first speaker for the morning, Ms. Tuse Jone. She's the president of Tanzania Bankers Association. She's going to give us the official welcome address. Can we put our hands together, please, for Tuse? I'll leave this here for you in case.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Miranda. Well, I feel privileged to be here to stand in front of you all, and this being the first of our series is actually giving a better impact to our country as Tanzania. Deputy ministers around here, we have Honorary Kigae, we have Madam Zainab, Honorary Zainab, good to see you. We have my boss, Lawrence Mafuru. representative from the diplomats, diplomatic representatives. We have the ambassadors there. Karibu sana. And we have the representative from AFDB, Madam Nene. Did I pronounce it properly? It's Nene. Okay, great, Nena. Okay, great. Representative from AGF. We have the group CEO here. And the membership from TBA. Sorry, forget my voice. Women SMEs around here. All protocol observed. Good mornings. Nawasalimu kwa jina, sorry. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Oh, you got it right. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I'm having a sore throat. Forgive me, please. Thank you. She introduced me already. I'm Tuse Jona, the Executive Director of Tanzania Bankers Association. I'm glad I can see my bosses here. I'm happy that they made it themselves, some of the CEOs here. Thank you so much for attending this first series of AFAWA. On behalf of TBA, I have to thank AFDB through AFAWA for this initiative to be at the forefront to ensure the growth of the women's SMEs in Tanzania and Africa in general. That shows what is the value of women in our community. Why we say women matters. We understand there is a saying that if you help a single woman, you have helped the community. But I believe with AFAWA initiative, they are here to work with the banking sector, with the financial institution, to make sure as they make profit, they also empower women SMEs. We are talking about women SMEs who are willing to grow, who will eventually bring the portability that the banks are looking for, but at the same time will create more opportunities to the community, and so that we can all realize the benefits of making sure these so-called women in SMEs are being empowered in our country. So once again, thank you, AFAWA and FDB in general. As the country, we appreciate, first of all, the commitment by our president, Mama Samia, in ensuring that she took the liberty of being the champion in ensuring women economic empowerment in a country, but also she took that initiative at the global level. So thank you, Mama Samia. We appreciate your support to women empowerment. In ensuring that they achieve that initiative, we thank her that she also created an advisory body where I can see some of the members here, my boss Mafuru, I can see Anna at the back there. So we thank you for your presence. We believe AFAWA is one of your partners in business to ensure that we meet the targets through that initiative. Thank you so much. As TBA, on behalf of the banking fraternity, we understand the importance of the women in our businesses. Thus, we can see by evidence, we have the bankers here in the room. They are all here to hear from AFAWA and AFDB in general to understand how the two partners, they can work together, or we can work together in collaboration to ensure that we all see the growth and be part of the journey of a woman in Tanzania and in Africa in general. So with that, we believe with AFDB wings, they've got a lot of functions. We're all here as we keep on listening to the coming series of discussions. They will be able to assist in capacity building, in technical assistance, innovations, which is what we want to see in the future. That's the direction of the world. But also will be part and parcel of the journey of the woman through the financial sector, sustainably, to see that we all achieve what, as a human being wants, as a woman, as a mother, as a family leader, but also as the total entire community in our country and the global in general. But for the time being, we're talking about Africa. That's where FDB is mostly focusing. But it's the global trend that under the SDGs, one of the goals was to ensure we address the gender issues. So with TBA commitment, which is actually one of our objectives in our strategy, TBA we see that is part and parcel of the banking sector to ensure that together we address the gender issues, we empower the women economically, but also as we move on sustainably, we want to see that we are part and parcel of the change that we all want to see in the lives of the human beings through a woman in our communities. Now, why do we say women matter? This is what I said earlier. First of all, I have to be recognizing, I can see a lot of women in this team, and thank you to the men, the gentlemen who are here. I know you understand the value why women matter. Woman as a mother, but as a leader, but as the contributor to the development of every family, every community. Bankers are here, will be, I believe they'll support me, that from their portfolio, women are the best payers. Thank you, I can see my boss nodding. So I said the truth. So with that, it gives us an indication that as the banking sector, it's high time we value that segment of the business to ensure we come up with innovative products that in one way or another will be part and parcel of their growth, of their businesses' growth, but that will be able to respond to their needs, not only the credit needs, but other issues that they will need to understand through their journey. We believe if a business is doing well, you don't need a credit all the time from the financial institution. At times, you need somebody who can advise you how to invest more from what you have generated. So we believe the products that banks are going to create going forward, there will be a full package that will make sure that a woman SME feels like they belong to the bank. They feel like it's high time I need to reach my banker so that I can get advice in ABCD. If they need to take a credit, that will be an added advantage. But the first thing, they need to be guided on how they should be able to plan their businesses, how to invest better, but more wisely. At the end, the more they invest, the better they do. The trust you build, you'll end up benefiting more as a bank, but also feeling part of that growth of that woman, a single woman or a group of women that you have helped. At this juncture, maybe I can recognize some of the initiatives that TBA members have done so far. I might not mention the names, but it's worth recognizing them. We thank the members who have, some of them, they've got group loan schemes, which most of them are being utilized by the women from the banks. But we also have some banks who are actually part and parcel of the journeys. There was a time I was sitting to one of the CEOs, and he actually confessed that from his engagement with a number, there was a group of women. He saw them growing from micro to millionaires. And these are actually Tanzanian women. They were able to grow from micro level. They were that disciplined to their credit repayment and everything, to the level they become as millionaires, from the group to standalone borrowers, and now they're actually sitting on a table with that CEO discussing how best to invest my businesses. So that level of credit is out. They're now discussing business issues. So that's one of the initiatives we have seen, but also we have seen some banks have come up with special bonds to support the women SMEs. We have seen it in the market, but also we have banks in here who have got special desks specialized to serve the women SMEs. So we really appreciate that, and we hope together with partnership with AFAWA, we'll be able to offer even more better products and more services to our customers, but much more we are talking about the women SMEs. So thank you so much for those initiatives, and actually I'm calling for more members to think of how best they can collaborate with AFAWA. And I also believe at the end of this series, we'll be able to sit together with AFAWA and see how best as TBA, on behalf of the entire banking community, we can work together to see the continuation of this series going forward, so that when we sit at the next time here again at this room, I believe, we'll be talking about what were the impact we made from the previous session we had in Tanzania. So we are looking forward to that discussion of what was the impact we made after that session in Tanzania. So AFAWA, once again, thank you so much. This is to guarantee you that as TBA, we are fully committed to this initiative. And maybe before I close, I would like to share a little instance I have with Esther. When she told me that Tuse, we are planning to do this in Tanzania, I said, what? Okay, an initiative for women? I said, please, I don't think twice, just come here. We are ready, and we work together and see this as a success in Tanzania. So that shows that we are committed, and we are actually looking forward to see this happening in our country. I believe it's one of the eye-opening to our members that these are some of the existing facilities, existing opportunities that will somehow work with them to ensure that it's giving them more mileage to serve the women SMEs we have in our country. So I'm not the main speaker here, but my role is again to welcome you all to this AFAWA series. Is there anybody who is here for the first time in Tanzania? Do you have anybody here? Oh, really? Okay, okay. Karibu sana, and I believe you get time to enjoy the beauty of our country. And if the FDB team, they are too busy for this series, I'll be there to take you through. We have so many places that you'll enjoy here in our country, especially in Dar es Salaam, because that's where you'll be here, I believe, for the next 2-3 days while you're staying here. But feel free, and please create time to visit Tanzania. You'll enjoy the beauty of it. And I hope you are able to see the rebranding Tanzania. Were you able to see that? You didn't see it? Okay, no worries. We have that. There is a special video that was actually guided by our president that was exposing or opening up the country to the world to see the beauty of our country. So once again, karibu sana. Karibu sana means you are welcome. Okay, great. So with that, I welcome you all to AFAWA series, and please allow me to say this is our official opening of the AFAWA series, and Tanzania being the first, we are glad to be given that honor to be the first to open the AFAWA series, and we are looking forward to the 3 days of intensive discussion on what could be done to help the women SMEs in our country and in Africa in general. Karibuni sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can do better than that. Let's give a few more applause. We've still got that coffee and that energy. Thank you, Tuse. Before we continue, and I do just want to reflect on what you've said, I do want to acknowledge the presence of Madam Nena Nwabufo, the Director General from the East African Regional Development and Business Delivery Office for the African Development Bank. Apologies, I did miss your name earlier, but karibu sana to you, and we will be bringing you to the stage in just a moment. But some of the things that Tuse made us really reflect on, when she said, when you invest in a woman, you invest in the whole community, and that women tend to be better at repaying their financial commitments. I remember the one loan that I've taken. I used to actually take pride in making that
Ladies and gentlemen, special guests, colleagues, it's my great pleasure to be with you today in Dar es Salaam at the inaugural edition of the AFAWA Finance Series, brought to you by the African Development Bank, the African Guarantee Fund, and the Tanzania Bankers Association. The AFAWA Finance Series brings together key financial ecosystem players, public sector, and regulatory actors, the donor community, and women entrepreneurs to discuss country-specific challenges and potential solutions to accelerate access to finance for women, SMEs, and enable them scale up their operations. On behalf of the African Development Bank, I'm grateful for the opportunity to give the opening remarks on the theme, the importance of women SMEs in contributing to the economic growth of Tanzania. As the Director General for the bank's East Africa region, comprising 13 countries, I'm honored to represent the bank in the continent's fastest growing region in recent years. East Africa is home to some of the fastest growing economies, including Tanzania, which became the latest country in the region to graduate to middle income status. Tanzania has a population of about 56 million people, of which approximately 51% are women, with a current gender development index ranking of 0.72, placing it at 13 out of 36 countries, which is among the best performing countries in sub-Saharan Africa. However, this implies that women are 28% less likely to have the same opportunities as males in the country. In Tanzania, women own about 54% of the micro, small, and medium enterprises. And of course, this is the majority. Yet, the contribution of women, MSMEs, to economic growth has so far been limited, implying that women-owned businesses are at the bottom of the pyramid for the MSMEs. Research shows that this is due to low access to external funding, which has limited women entrepreneurs from realizing the full potentials of business growth and creation of employment. Now, in terms of AFDB's interventions to support women SMEs, in the African Development Bank, we believe that investing in women makes macroeconomic and business sense. In fact, research shows that closing gender gaps can stimulate growth, strengthen macroeconomic and financial stability, and reduce income inequality in our countries. We have, over the years, invested in progressive initiatives that enable women in Africa to thrive in their various endeavors. The bank acknowledges that women are key stakeholders in Africa's integration and economic development, and as such, we support programs that extend economic opportunities to women. In 2020, the bank's board approved its gender strategy for 2021 to 2025, putting women's economic empowerment at the center of the bank's High Fives development strategy. The first pillar of the gender strategy is the bank's Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, which is AFAWA, a flagship financial institutions, and stakeholders in various sectors of the economy, we will see the business case and the many opportunities that women entrepreneurs in Tanzania can bring to the economic growth and development of the country. We look forward to your unflinching commitment as a partner of growth for women entrepreneurs in Tanzania. Lastly, I would like to say that in February, I was here with the president of the African Development Bank on a state visit at the invitation of President Samia Suluhu Hassan. And one of the things we discussed was AFAWA, and the president of the bank had promised President Suluhu at that time that we were coming to launch this AFAWA finance series. I'm not sure if I discussed it with Esther, but somewhere along the line, we are here. Promise made, promise kept. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much. We're now going to roll a video. Let's have a look and find out more about the AFAWA program. Thank you very much, Madam Nena. And as the video comes up, I hope we're tweeting. Can we grab our phone and let's just think about the key takeaway from the opening remarks that we've just heard. I think the tech team are rolling the video. If we can roll the video. We can hear it, but we can't see it.
A quarter of women in Africa run businesses. But too often, they're held back by a lack of access to finance.
We know that women entrepreneurs on the continent have challenges in accessing financing because of their lack of collateral. Their skills and knowledge are also very often an impediment, and the enabling environment that is very often not conducive to approach financial institutions and access financing.
But a new day is coming for Africa's women entrepreneurs. The African Development Bank's Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, AFAWA, aims to reduce the $42 billion gap by unlocking up to $5 billion in financing for women entrepreneurs by 2026. One innovative mechanism is the AFAWA Guarantee for Growth program, supported by the G7, the Netherlands and Sweden, to de-risk the women businesses and further incentivize financial institutions in lending to women, like Hannah Waitera in Kenya.
My shop is called The Juice Box, and I sell fresh organic juice. I had never asked for a loan before, and it was very scary for me, but I tried and they gave me my first loan. They gave me an actual mentor, someone I could ask questions about branding, taxation, marketing, you know, all those stuff that you do when you're in business. Most women don't believe in themselves. You put down your dreams, you know, and it is not right. Women have so much potential. Women are so creative.
Et donc l'idée, c'est de libérer ces énergies, de leur offrir de le passer à l'échelle et qu'ainsi elles puissent participer au développement économique. Et donc je pense qu'à travers cette initiative, nous avons vraiment la possibilité d'engager une spirale positive de développement qui permette d'accroître le niveau de vie des populations en Afrique.
Already, financial institutions in Cameroon, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania and Uganda have signed onto the Guarantee for Growth program. AFAWA is jump-starting the continent's women-led business growth through 3 pillars. Pillar 1, access to finance. AFAWA makes investments which include lines of credit, trade finance and equity investments, as well as creates de-risking mechanisms for financial institutions to increase loans to women in business. Pillar 2, technical assistance. AFAWA provides advisory services to financial institutions and capacity-building business training to women entrepreneurs. Pillar 3, enabling environment. AFAWA works with governments and stakeholders to promote policy and regulatory reforms for women SMEs' access to finance.
1 out of 4 entrepreneurs in Africa is female, and 90% of all the income female entrepreneurs generate goes back into their livelihoods. And that has a huge spread for development.
These pillars empower Africa's women-led business, as women must be at the center of Africa's post-COVID economic recovery. It is a vision that will help every child and every future generation.
No bird flies with one wing. When we fully empower women, then our economies will fly with 2 wings. Our schools will fly with 2 wings. Our businesses will fly with 2 wings. Our communities will fly with 2 wings.
Africa has the highest percentage of women entrepreneurs on the planet. We know we have the talent, we have the drive, we have the energy to succeed. For when women win, Africa wins.
When women win, Africa wins. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the video. I think we're very clear now on the 3 pillars around the program. It's time to hear more about the implementing partners. So the African Guarantee Fund will be implementing this program. I would now like to welcome some remarks from Jules Ngankam, who is the Group CEO for the African Guarantee Fund, to share with us a little bit more about your organization and how this is going to be implemented. Karibu sana, round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I like it. So, Deputy Minister of Investment, Industry and Trade, Honor Exode Kigae, Permanent Secretary of Community Development, Gender, Women and Special Groups, Honorable Dr. Zaina Shola, Deputy Permanent Secretary of Finance and Planning, Honorable Laurence Mafuru, Madame Nema Mwabufo, the Director General of the African Development Bank, representative of the Diplomatic Corps, Mr. Nabil Hajalawi, the Ambassador of France, country representative of the African Development Bank, of the African Guarantee Fund, and the representative of the banking and financial institution. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. First and foremost, I would like to convey our sincere gratitude to the government of the United Republic of Tanzania for their support, for their presence at this important opening ceremony of the AFAWA Finance Series. The presence of the Honorable testify the importance of that economic inclusion for women. That is one of the priorities of the government of Tanzania. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Tanzania Bankers Association, represented today by the President of the Association, for supporting the African Guarantee Fund, the African Development Bank, to bring together Tanzanian financial institutions to play that critical role in financing the women SMEs to drive the growth of Tanzania. You know, I'm always happy to be here in Tanzania. Just to give you a very short story, you know, AGF was launched in 2012 in Arusha, here in Tanzania. So if you look at the birth certificate of the African Guarantee Fund, you see that the country of birth, in fact, is Tanzania. So we are always happy to be here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we like to say that Africa has the youngest population in the world, which is true. When you see the number of young people in Africa that are below 20 years old, it represents more than half of our population. But the challenge is the following. Half of that population, you know, the population of women, is still far from achieving its full potential in value creation. And why is that? We have several reasons. The first reason I will give is the skill gap. The skill gap. So access to education for young girls has always been a challenge. And now when you go to the rural area, there you see when you compare the ratio of boy to girl, enrolling school is very bad, and Africa is one of the worst in the world. So when we see the number of young girls that enroll to what we call STEAM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, in sub-Saharan Africa, the ratio is 1:5. So we have 1 girl for every 5 boys. If we keep this kind of ratio, there is no way we can be competitive. Today, we are facing a global competition. We want to compete with Europe, we want to compete with America, we want to compete with Asia. And when you look at the same ratio in those parts of the world, it tends to be today 1:1, mainly in Europe and North America. When you see the ratio of girls, and in the recent news, in the US, the number of girls in STEAM is even higher than the number of boys in those type of fields. But in Africa, as I said, we are still at 1:5. So that shows you in terms of skill gap, there is a lot of work that we have to do. The second gap is the asset gap, and that one is very important. So it's the ability to own asset, and there is mainly land. Land is the preferred form of collateral, that the banks, we have a lot of bankers in the room, that they really like. When you go to a bank to secure a loan, what they'll be asking most of the time is the land title. And maybe when you see what has happened in the past, it was difficult for women to own land because of rules and regulations and law. And the funny thing is that, there was a report that was produced by the UN showing that women contribute to 70% of the food production in Africa. And in rural area, when you consider the number of workers in agriculture, the majority are women. But now when you see the owner of the land, it's the other way around. The majority of the owners are men, mainly the husband or of those women. And the challenge is that most of the time when the husband dies, the in-law, they come and take the land. And when you see what is the consequence in terms of agricultural production, it comes with a lot of lack of efficiency. Because when you see as soon as the husband dies, all the legal challenges that the family has to go through, they have to reduce the level of productivity. And once again, with that, we cannot compete. We are not in a position to compete with other continents. The next gap is the finance gap. 70% of women in Africa were excluded from financial services before the development or the explosion of the mobile money. So thanks to mobile money now, we were able to reach like the rural area. We have a good example in Kenya with M-Pesa. But the problem is the following: mobile money is mainly for transaction. When it comes to other services like access to loan, savings, access to investment services, more than 70% of women, they are still out of this type of services. And when you take the ratio of women who own a bank account compared to the men, today, or the ratio of women to the entire population, today in Africa is 15%, and is the lowest by far in the world. So once again, when you consider the financing gap, the skill gap, the asset gap, we are in a very, very difficult position today in Africa to say that we want to compete. We are not competitive. Once again, because half of the population that was supposed to support us is left out. And this is what AFAWA is about. So the way AFAWA was designed is in 3 components. So the first component is access to finance. And the main goal of that component is to reduce the finance gap. So there, we are going to offer what we call the Guarantee for Growth program. So AGF will de-risk or will reduce the risk that the bank are taking every time they finance women SMEs. AGF, we will cover 75% of the risk. So meaning the bank, they will only be left with 25% of the risk every time they decide to finance this type of segment. The second component is about capacity building. You know, I've talked about the skill gap. This is also a gap that we need to reduce. So capacity building, the main goal will be to organize trainings, mentorship, to be able to close the skill gap. We will also work together with the bank to see how they can offer adapt product that is in line with the reality of what the women are facing, because you know some of the time the products are not really in line with the business cycle. I take, for example, the segment of agriculture. You know, when you look at the loan schedule, I'm sure, like most of you, you've applied for a loan. You know, the installment, the monthly installment is a fixed amount that you pay every month. When you look at the business cycle in agriculture, first of all, you know, the farmer, they have to buy seed. And then they prepare the soil. And then they plant the seed, they grow the seed, and then they harvest. You know, from the time they buy the seed to the time they start harvesting, we can have like 6 months to 9 months, depending on the type of crops. The challenge is that most of the bankers, they will be asking to those farmers to pay that fixed installment from month number 1. So the question is, where do they get that money to be able to pay that first installment? So what we are trying to do together with the bank is how can you adapt the repayment schedule of the loan to be in line with the business cycle. And you know, the majority of women, they are also in agriculture. So if you are able to achieve that, for sure we'll be able to support all these women farmers. So as we are talking about the solution that we are trying to offer for women, I would like to highlight what the government of Tanzania and the ecosystem in Tanzania has done, because I know this country is very committed in terms of providing support to women. So first of all, we have various initiatives like the Women Development Fund. We have the Tanzanian Women's Chamber of Commerce that is also doing well. We have the Tanzanian Business Women Association, the TABWA, the CEDO Women Entrepreneurship Development, and finally the loan entrepreneur, the small entrepreneur loan facility that was set up by the government. So I think we can commend the effort that has been put in place by the government of Tanzania. So please, if you can have a round of applause. And today, what AFAWA is trying to do is to complement what has been already done by the government so that we can scale, we can do more. So as we embark this journey for the economic empowerment of women SMEs in Tanzania, we are very optimistic that the impact will be significant. We want to have a long-term, lasting impact. So as I conclude, I would also like to give a big thank you to our partner. First of all, the African Development Bank, you know, for their trust, for the partnership, for choosing AGF as the implementing partner for this program. We look forward to onboarding the financial institution here in Tanzania. We also look forward to working with the government to develop specific program, product that will support women business in Tanzania. I also wish to all the participants to this series of AFAWA to have a successful meetings, discussion, information sharing, and we believe that that will be an important opportunity to gain knowledge on gender financing and to realize that if you want to be competitive, as what you saw on the message of the president of the African Development Bank, Dr. Adesina, was talking about the 2 wings. We need 2 wings. We need 2 wings, and the beauty the beauty about life is that everything is in pair. Like we have 2 hands, 2 legs, 2 eyes, 2 gender. So deciding to work with only one gender, it means you want to work with 1 hand. You want to do everything with 1 leg. You want to see with 1 eyes. And I believe that if we want to do everything only with 1 eyes or 1 leg or 1 hand, we won't be competitive. So once again, thank you very much for having us here in Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Let's remember the power of partnership, the power of 2. And we are going to see a short video now about the African Guarantee Fund that we've now found out was born in Arusha. So I don't know what tribe AGF is now. You Meru? Okay, let's watch the video, please, before we bring up our distinguished guest to speak.
Over 10 years, small and medium enterprises have been at the heart of African Guarantee Fund. Capitalizing on SMEs' potential to drive Africa's growth, we have unlocked over $3 billion in financing for SMEs, empowered SMEs to generate nearly $5 billion in incremental revenue, recorded an increase of over 60,000 kilowatts in clean energy generation under our Green Guarantee. While the continent recovers from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, AGF has stepped up and remains committed to developing products that support financial institutions to scale up lending activities to SMEs. Launched in 2020, AGF's COVID-19 Guarantee Facility continues to provide commercial stimulus to the financial sector with the aim of mitigating SMEs' perceived risk. Our commitment to championing women entrepreneurship has allowed us to successfully implement the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa initiative through its Guarantee for Growth program, which aims to avail up to $3 billion in financing for women entrepreneurs in Africa. Financing innovative business solutions is AGF's priority. In partnership with the Youth Entrepreneurship and Innovation Multi-Donor Trust Fund, AGF is implementing capacity development trainings to address issues affecting youth-led businesses with a key focus on formalization and preparedness to access financing. Partner with us today to meet your bank's financial needs, serve SMEs, and drive Africa's growth. African Guarantee Fund, a guarantee for African growth.
Thank you very much. And finally, we see the word youth there came up. We were waiting for youth. We're glad that we've been taken into account for sure. So now that we know more about the implementing partner, the program itself, it is my great pleasure to welcome, I want to say one of us from the financial industry background, for goodwill and introductory remarks now, Honorable Lawrence Mafuru. He is the Deputy Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Finance. He does have a banking background, so he's in good company. He knows where we're coming from. Let's put our hands together, please, for Honorable Lawrence Mafuru. Karibu sana.
Jambo and good morning, everyone. I've learned a few things, MC, and I'd like to share the knowledge with you. There are very few honorables in the order of government. I think the ministers are honorables, the members of parliaments, and the cadre up there. The technocrats like myself are just referred by their names. So don't make me feel very close to the honorables. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I was going to come here anyway because I was invited to be a panelist. My role kept changing over the last 24 hours. One thing that I was praying for was that they don't change, that I shouldn't come here, because I was looking forward to come to Dar es Salaam. For two reasons. One, I really wish that I could meet some of the colleagues that I've seen, and I see quite a number of you here. But the second point was I was going to come and meet my family, at least for a few hours. So whoever was going to change my role of not coming here was going to be an enemy number one. I'm glad, despite the changes, I am here. So I greet you all in the name of the United Republic of Tanzania. My brother, Honorable Minister Kigaye, Minister of Investment, Industry and Trade, Permanent Secretary, Community Development, Gender, Women and Special Groups, my sister, Dr. Zainab Chaula, my partner in crime, Madam Nena Nwabofu from the Africa Development Bank, East Africa Region, Development and Business Delivery Office, Dr. Patricia, Country Manager. I hope you're settling in well. Good to see you. Mr. Jules Nkakani, CEO, African Guarantee Fund, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. It's again a pleasure to be here. First and foremost, I want to thank you all, the organizers, for having me here to represent the Ministry of Finance. And perhaps at this point, I should take the moment to share the message from the Minister of Finance and Planning, who had wished to be here in person, but I think he had to attend other duties that he couldn't avoid. And that's why my role kept changing between being a panelist and being here. So when he was handling over this duty for me, he reminded me of the assertion that Dr. Desina made in February 2022. And I'd like to quote. He said, "To unleash the business potential of women in Africa continent, the bank has launched Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, AFAWA, and been able to mobilize about $5 billion to de-risk women business and that of women, and that funds are readily available to be utilized for economic empowerment of women across Africa." Like I said, this was February 2022, and today we're here in one of the series to unlock this potential. I wanted to avoid to talk about statistics about the potential of women. Also the potential of the gap. I think Madam Nana just unlocked the gap that we are dealing with. Some of the statistics we have in this country are quite outdated, and I think this meeting is going to help us to avoid, again, sharing statistics, because we keep talking statistics without really putting those statistics to work. We are referring to statistics that FSDT did through the FinScope, and I can see Pamela is here. 2017, Irene is here as well. This was what they did. 2017 to date is 5 years ago. I guess the point I want to make is the narrative this time around has to move away from sharing statistics and really talking about the how to put the statistics to work. Because if you keep talking about statistics, they will be outdated. So if you talk about the numbers that were shared here 5 years ago, perhaps we should start by updating ourselves how much we've made progress in the gap of women financing. So this morning, my role changed from presenting a keynote address to welcoming the guest of honor, who is my brother, Dr. Minister Exaud Kigaye. And because he got a speech, I don't want to preempt his speech. I want to take this opportunity to thank African Development Bank for being a supporter, a partner, a true partner in development. I think for those of you who are in Tanzania, can look around and you will struggle not to relate AFDB in 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 development projects that they have been able to support the country. As we continue with our development agenda, we continue to see the appetite of AFDB increasing. And this morning is a clear demonstration that we're not only talking about infrastructure, but I think we're talking about empowering people. Everybody understands, and we do not disagree on the reality that women is a force to reckon with. I only differ with those who think we need to help this group. this is a group that has power. And if we want to be reminded to help it, then we are missing the point. We need to engage this group and see how we can work with it to unleash the potential, because we need that potential. So when we start talking about empowering this group, we are delaying ourselves. Let's sit on the table and really cut through and find out what should we do to get that potential out. A colleague of mine just said, when you lend money to a man, money stays in the pocket. When you lend money to the woman, money stays in the heart. And that's very important. That's very important. So I think that the next 2 or 3 days that this series are going to be here in this location will help us really get to the bottlenecks, get to the ability to unlock the standing blocks that are really preventing us from getting to the real root of how we can unpack this. I keep talking about the power and the energy that is in the women. Irene is looking at me because she knows exactly what I will say, because I've been saying this time and time again. Myself and some of the women here in this group, and for some reason I don't know what's happening with me, I'm sitting in another group that the president put together for Gender Equality Forum. I wasn't sure what was the reason for me to be in that group. I still can't tell why I'm in that group, but I'm trusting the process and I hope it works. So without further ado, I have been asked to welcome the guest of honor and to lay the red carpet. There's some red carpet here, Honorable Minister, and I would like now to take the opportunity to welcome you to speak to this very special group. I am looking around, Honorable Minister. You've got several balance sheets sitting in this room here. So if you can send us a right message from where you're sitting with your portfolio, investment, industry, and trade, you are likely to come out with some very good resources, which we badly need. So I hope you've got a good speech to entice these people who own some serious balance sheets in this country. So karibu sana Mheshimiwa Waziri.
Your Excellency, Ambassador of France, Nabil Hajlawi, who is present here, with other representatives from the diplomatic corps who are here in this event, Mr. Lawrence Mafuru, Deputy Permanent Secretary from Ministry of Finance, Planning and Finance, but specifically Dr. Zainab Chaula, the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Community Development, Gender, Women, and Special Groups. I recognize the presence of these names are very difficult, but I will try to pronounce it. Nena Nwafo, Director General of East African Regional Development and Business Delivery Office for African Development Bank, but I recognize the presence of Julius from the African Guarantee Fund, Madam Tuse June, the President of Tanzania Bankers Association. But I know here I have many speakers who will be addressing this event. Let me recognize them. I have Pamela Shaw, from the, who is the Chief Executive Officer from FSDT, Tanzania. But also, I'm told that here will be Janet Mbene, the Executive Director for SIA Limited. Also, there will be Rehema Shambwe, from, who is Manager, Products and Special Projects from CRDB Bank PLC. Also, Esther Dasau, the AFAWA Manager from African Development Bank. Also, we will have Nishrip Seti, the group Director of Structural Finance from AGF. Also, we will have Alexi Mgeni, who is the Head of Business Banking from NNB. But also we will have Victoria Mwanukuzi, the CEO from Nyanzobe Insight Limited, which is agribusiness. But we have Madam Naike Moshi, the CEO for CV People Tanzania. But also we will have Aika Makindara, the CEO for Prestige Services Business. Also we have Maida Waziri, the MD for IBRA, and many, many others. But also let me recognize the present members from the media who are making sure that this event is well covered and heard to the Tanzanian community, especially the women. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Thank you very much. I hope all, even though who does not understand the Swahili, knows what that means. So let the work continue. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Minister for Investment, Industry and Trade, Honorable Dr. Ashat Kijaj, who was specifically invited to address and officiate this event in this day, and of course in my capacity as the Deputy Minister for Investment, Industry and Trade, really I wish to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to this AFAWA AGF Finance Series, a Tanzania opening ceremony. I understand the importance of this series as it falls in line with a key national agenda, which is or aims at increasing the investment in Tanzania and also promoting the local economy through providing financial guarantees to empower local companies to grow and compete at the global level. An important aspect of this growth story is the empowerment of the women-led small and medium enterprises, WSMEs. Historically, Tanzania has made important progress in gender balance in several key economic growth areas. Female labor force participation, where the ratio of women to men in salaried jobs across the country at now stands at 0.64. But also, we know it is an increased gender balance with the intention of our beloved President Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, from which in the cabinet we have the representatives, as you can see in my ministry, that we have the balanced gender. The impact of a more gender-balanced society must trickle down into investment, industry, and trade, with the results of being an increase of the women-led small and medium enterprises. So across all the sectors, that means we must make sure that in the manufacturing sector, production, agro industries, and the like, we have the balanced gender. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the opportunity to represent the Ministry of Investment, Industry, and Trade at this series to gain a better understanding of how the ministry can put more or support the continued growth and prosperity of the women-led small and medium enterprises. At the same time, I welcome the continued dialogue around empowering the women-led small and medium enterprises and creating a financial instrument that can take advantage of in order to establish grow their businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, I look forward seeing positive outcome from this AFAWA financing series to continue to the conversation of empowering the women-led small and medium enterprises and allow them to contribute to the national industrial agenda and to continue to a continued growth of the Tanzanian economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Investment, Industry and Trade, I'm much keen, especially to look forward to receiving these women-led small and medium enterprises as a key contributors to the growth of the Tanzanian industrial sector and eventually key players in the growth of the Tanzania trade and export. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with this, the ministry understands that the African Development Bank and the African Guarantee Fund have signed a risk-sharing agreement which amounts to the US dollar $250 million through AFAWA, which has, of course, unlocked up to USD 2 billion in financing for the women-led small and medium enterprises across Africa. It is our hope that we can attract that capital to Tanzania so as to allow Tanzanian women-led sector, small and medium enterprises to take the advantage of investment opportunities that exist here in Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to mention just a few of key investment opportunities which are available here in Tanzania. First of all, we have the agro-processing and commercial farming, but also we have the manufacturing and production, but also we have the construction and the real estate. Ladies and gentlemen, mentioning few, but also we have the service and supply industries. From this, we have many expectations. That is, we expect outcome from this. We as the ministry, we seek to attain from this series the following key outputs. First of all, we will strengthen our Tanzanian Investment Center, TIC, as a key access point to relay investment opportunities across all sectors, which, of course, as I said, will be women-led sectors, medium enterprises. But also, we will increase finance facilities to a wider range of the SMEs, allowing them to change allowing them to the chance to thrive and contribute positively to the economy. But also, this will add new financial institutions to the list of those signed into under the AFAWA Guarantee for Growth programs. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we have been invited here to contribute more about the development through this AFAWA scheme, and of course, paying attention that we as Tanzania, under the 6th regime, led by our beloved Honorable Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, we have put forward the private sector to be in the driving seat, so that to reach the goals of the 5 development agenda, which we have said clearly that we want a competitive economy and industry which is real, and we are sure will be led by the women. And that's why today we have here discussing about this issue of empowering the women in terms of, first, the financing issue, but also to make sure that the business environment or enabling environment for investment in Tanzania, but also to make sure that participation of the women are guaranteed. So I'm very happy now to say that this program, which aims to empower the women under the financing of the African Development Bank and also from this African Guarantee Fund, will have a positive impact to the Tanzanian economy at large. And as I said before, we as the ministry responsible for investment, international trade, we will support you fully. And on behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania government, we are ready to make sure that women are very well taken care of, and make sure that we will support them in all areas. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just have a few words in Swahili, especially for those who are here and would like to at least have a few words from Swahili. Ndugu zangu, kwa niaba ya Waziri wa Uwekezaji, Viwanda na Biashara, nafurahi sana kwanza kuwepo na ninyi hapa kuhakikisha angalau tunashiriki katika siku hii muhimu, lakini kwa siku 3 ambazo mtaendelea kujadili kuhusiana na namna gani ya kusaidia sekta ya uchumi, hasa kwa kuwezesha wanawake. Kama ambavyo amesema naibu katibu mkuu wa Wizara ya Fedha na Mipango, kwamba wanawake ndio ambao wana jukumu kubwa na ndio wazalishaji na ndio msingi mkubwa katika maendeleo ya nchi zote. Na sisi tumeona nchi ambazo zimewashirikisha wanawake katika nafasi mbalimbali za kiuchumi, lakini pia katika uongozi, tumeona maendeleo ya haraka kutokana, kwanza ambavyo umesema, uaminifu katika kufanya kazi, katika kurejesha mikopo, lakini kuhakikisha fedha zinazochukuliwa zinafanya kazi za kiuchumi ili kuhakikisha zinarejeshwa kwanza, lakini pia wana malengo mahususi ya kufikia yale malengo. Kama wamekopa mikopo, kuhakikisha wanafikia malengo ambayo wamekopa kwayo. Lakini sisi kama Watanzania tunajua wanawake wana nafasi kubwa katika maeneo tofauti tofauti, kuhakikisha wanazalisha, lakini wanafanya shughuli kwa bidii kuliko ambavyo hatusemi vibaya wanaume, lakini ndio ukweli kwamba kina mama ni waadilifu, ni waaminifu, na tuna uhakika kupitia mkakati huu mahususi wa kuwezesha wanawake kiuchumi, kwa kuwawezesha kifedha au kimitaji, manake tutaenda kuwa na uchumi ambao utakuwa kwa haraka zaidi kuliko ambavyo ilivyokuwa huko nyuma, wakati ambavyo hatukuwafikiria kwa namna pekee wanawake. Kwa hiyo nichukue nafasi hii kuwapongeza sana kwa kazi kubwa, lakini kwa mipango na mkakati huu mahususi ambao kwa kweli naamini tutafanikiwa, na kwa hiyo tukifanikiwa naamini uchumi wetu utakuwa kwa kasi zaidi, lakini pia kuwezesha familia zetu ziweze kujikimu kimapato, lakini ziweze pia kupata huduma sahihi, kwa maana huduma za kijamii, kuwapeleka watoto wetu shule, lakini kuwawezesha kupata huduma mbalimbali, ambapo najua kupitia akina mama, kwa sababu ndio mama zetu, wana uchungu, wanaweza kufanya kazi kwa bidii wakiwezeshwa, na ndio lengo la serikali ya awamu ya 6 chini ya rais wetu mpendwa Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, kwamba tutawezesha sekta binafsi. Lakini tunapoongea au tunapojadili, tunapozungumzia kuhusu sekta binafsi, washiriki wakubwa katika sekta binafsi ni wanawake. Kwa tukiwawezesha, naamini lengo la awamu ya 6 la kuweka sekta binafsi kuwa ndio sekta kiongozi litafikiwa kwa 100%. Baada ya kusema hayo, nawashukuru sana. Naamini mtakuwa na majadiliano mema ili kuhakikisha mnafikia lengo la mkakati huu wa kuwawezesha wanawake kiuchumi. Thank you very much for your attention. Mungu ibariki Afrika, Mungu ibariki Tanzania. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Minister. He is honorable. I'm sorry, Lawrence, for giving you that title before. You're an honorable gentleman, so that's probably why it came up. We are coming to the end of our opening ceremony, but let's just reflect on what we've heard this morning. The foundation exists. We've looked at some statistics, and we've heard that we have sufficient women-led SMEs. We've got support. We've heard from the Honorable Deputy Minister, and we've heard from other speakers today that the support exists. With the stakeholders present in the room, I believe we have the right players to have a better enabling environment. We've heard about the 3 pillars earlier that are part of the AFAWA program, namely credit, technical assistance, and the enabling environment overall. Now, earlier I shared with you about my experience borrowing. That was before I was an entrepreneur. One of my hats, obviously, is that I run a business now. But in those days, I was employed. And if the bankers in the room do recall, there was a time when loans were being given out almost like sweets. They were being thrown out almost. And these were not to businesses. These were to individuals. This was irresponsible lending, and probably is how we ended up with our non-performing loan ratio being too high. But now the regulator has that under control, I'm glad to say. Now, in my personal situation, before I was an entrepreneur, I was able to get that loan, but it was irresponsible in the sense that the repayments were more than 50% of my salary at that time. And I would say that I was probably financially illiterate at that point. While I had a degree, I didn't know what I was doing. And I also took that loan for a very embarrassing reason that I probably shouldn't say here. I took it to go on holiday. Many years later, and after paying extortionate interest rates, and I did diligently pay back, and I do have that letter of indebtedness that obviously has helped me sit on boards later on, I found that it was impossible after setting up a business to access finance. So this program excites me greatly. I've been running a business for 13 years, and I can tell you I have never borrowed for the business. Let me tell you what we did do. We focused on the base. We focused on building the team, building the right culture, building capacity, professionalizing the business, making sure you have SOPs, making sure you're able to deliver to a global standard. 13 years later, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, all the relationship managers are knocking on our door now, trying to peddle loans to the business. So if we focus on ourselves, women who are running businesses, and we think about how we can be more professional, I believe we can position ourselves so we are ready to responsibly borrow and be able to build our businesses. We were challenged earlier, Madam Nena, you said, are the women ready to grow? We are ready. And there are many women who are not in this room who want this access to technical assistance and credit through the banks that are sitting in the room today. So we thank you very much for everything that is yet to come. One of the other hats that I wear as the chair of the African Women's Entrepreneurship Cooperative, because what we're talking about is Pan-African. We look at mentorship, we look at how we can build those skills, how women can grow their businesses in a more sustainable way. So I hope that we will be able to take advantage of these opportunities. So the call to action today, women who are here in the room, who are on Twitter, women who might be watching this based on the media's capturing of what is being launched today, please, let's step up, let's grab these opportunities. Are we ready, women? Good, I'm glad to hear it. And men, please share this information with women, small and medium-owned businesses and entrepreneurs so that they can take advantage. We scale their businesses, we grow the economy, we build Africa together. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, before you leave us, because I know that you have a very busy schedule, I'd like to invite yourself and all the guests that we've heard this morning back onto the stage. Let's take a few photographs. If I could get my VIP table, please. Can you come up to the stage so we can do official photograph? Deputy Minister Namba Yembele, please, Karibumbele, to my PSs, my CEO of the African Guarantee Fund. Can I also have the representatives from African Development Bank, please come on up to the stage, and all speakers from this morning. Madam Tuse. Okay, so the first picture will be with the speakers here. Thank you very much. We will take 3 pictures. This is picture number 1. We can smile because the opening ceremony is complete. So we can smile. Thank you. Speakers, if I could ask you to remain there, please. I would like to also call upon Esther, Nishdib, and Frank to also come forward to join our VIP guests on the stage. I will ask my guests to keep smiling. It's almost lunchtime. Yes. Your smiles are short-lived. Esther, Frank, and Nishti, please raise yourselves to the stage. We can step. Very good. This is the second photograph. Thank you. And I can ask also the French ambassador to please come to the stage. Ambassador of France, please, to come forward to join the one supporter. And so we would like to recognize that support. Ambassador, please come to the stage. I can ask our speakers to just wait one moment for the ambassador. We thank you for your time. We thank you for your insights. Some of you will remain with us on the panels. We'll now ask you to step off the stage. I believe you'll be going for a press session outside. So we will ask you to please step outside. The remaining delegates, if you can stay here. And can we head towards the press section at the back of the room? Thank you very much. We'll just wait for our VIP guests to please head outside to meet with the press to discuss. If all of you could head outside. And I believe there's somebody at the back door there waiting to receive you. For everyone else, let's just be seated for a moment. A round of applause, please, just to thank our VIP guests who won't be returning after lunch for giving their time, for sharing with us, and for offering their support to the program, to this first of the AFAWA Finance Series. Thank you very much. So just a couple of housekeeping bits and pieces because we will be breaking for lunch. I know it seems early, but we will be taking a 1-hour lunch break. What I did want to share was that tomorrow and the day after there will be a 2-day training which is geared towards bankers specifically around SME lending. So if there is anybody in the room that would like to attend that training, it is a free training that is taking place. You can get more information at the registration desk outside. We highly encourage representatives from all the banks to say, your members from TBA, please ensure we have representatives from all. For now, 12 noon until 1:15, we will break for lunch. As I mentioned before, let's take advantage of this opportunity to network. When we get back after lunch, we'll be starting with the first panel. And we've got 15 minutes until lunch. So we're going to give you some time to network. I'm hoping maybe we could put on a bit of music, ask you to stand up, go to a new table, talk to other colleagues. We've got 15 minutes until lunch starts. If anybody wants to come up on the stage and take photos, this is also a good time. And let's tweet, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the hashtag AFAWA Finance Series. Let's take some photos, let's mingle, network, and keep tweeting. Lunch in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. I'm seeing a lot of people are still seated. Let's stand up. Let's mingle. Let's network. Number to smame. Let's stretch. Let's walk around. day. Let me please ask you to stand up. Let's do a quick energizer. I don't want anyone to fall asleep this afternoon because the content is so good. Can you stand up? Can you step away from your table? Can you find a partner? A partner. And I want you to look at them face to face with about maybe a meter in between. Can you find a partner? Can you face your partner? You need a bit of space. A bit of space so you can move your hands. Does everyone have a partner? If you don't have a partner at your table, for example, Irene, you can turn around, you can take a lady from the table behind. Yes. Okay, just so I know you're close enough, can you high five your partner? Kwa pamoja with energy. High five. Can we do it together? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so listen to the instructions. When I say 1, you high five your partner. Let's test it. 1. When I say 2, you do a small jump, just where you are. 2, 1, 1, 2. Are we together? I'm just getting started. When I say 3, you do a small squat. We just ate, guys. We just ate. We need to, digest. Okay, 3, 1, 2, small jump, and 4. Are we ready for 4? Okay. When I say 4, you shout out AFAWA. Okay, 4? 1, 2. Adam, you don't have a partner. Please, can I help you? Can you come to the stage and be my partner here? At least. Okay, let's go. 1, 2. You have an advantage. Oh, no. 2 is a jump. You're going to fail with me. Okay, 2, 3, 4. AFAWA. Okay, now we're playing the game. Anyone who gets it wrong is out. Let's go. 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. AFAWA. Oh, okay. We're together. Let's take a seat. A couple keeping reminders for the afternoon. Yes, we have a packed schedule and we've got a baseline survey that we're going to learn about in a moment. We also have 3 distinguished panels that are going to share more around financial inclusion, bridging the gender gap for finance as part of the AFAWA program and the finance series. However, there is also a cocktail at the end of the day. So when we wrap the session here at around 5 o'clock, we welcome you to come upstairs to level 8, where cocktails will be served, and it's a continued opportunity to network. The second thing I want to remind you is that tomorrow, the training will be ongoing. For those of you in SME lending in particular, we welcome you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. here at the Hyatt, and we look forward to seeing as many of you as possible who have registered. So let's now proceed with our first agenda item, and joining us online now, and let's just make sure the technology is working. We have the Genesis Baseline Study presentation. This will be delivered virtually by Tasha Terblanche. She's the principal from Genesis Analytics. Tasha, can you hear me? I'm hoping that you're online and waiting. Tasha?
I can, and I'm online. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you. Can we see you? Yes. Can you see us?
I could. There we go. Now I can see you again.
They don't
I was
see
just
me.
going to say, what a
Tasha.
wonderful. Yes, I was watching the wonderful icebreaker.
I hope you were
very
jumping.
fun.
Good. I hope that you've
of course.
worked off the lunch. You're very welcome. The floor is yours. We look forward to hearing more about your baseline study. Very warm welcome to Tasha. Round of applause for her.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm just going to start by sharing my screen, and I'm going to go into presentation mode. Just tell me if anything is wrong at any point. Yeah, I can see the screen. I can't see anyone, so just shout out if anything goes wrong at some point. So yes, so good afternoon. Sorry?
Just confirming, we can see the screen and we can hear you clearly.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today on this important topic of the status of women entrepreneurs and their financial access in Africa. I know the speaker has already introduced me, but my name is Tasha Blanche. I'm a principal at Genesis Analytics. A very short introduction just to Genesis. We are a global consulting firm, but our roots are firmly in Africa. We've worked across 42 countries on the continent, and we know the East African market very well. We have an office in Kenya and a presence in Ethiopia, and our founder of the financial services strategy practice, Richard Ketley, actually started his career in East Africa. He's put together a team of 25 consultants. We are based across Johannesburg, Nairobi, Abidjan, where I myself am based, close to the AFDB, Addis Ababa, Lagos, Harare, and London. We've completed more than 600 projects, and today I have the privilege of speaking to you about a project that we completed with the fantastic AFAWA team. There we go. Just some statistics to start us off. Only 29% of formal SMEs across sub-Saharan Africa have access to credit. Half of these SMEs cite access to finance as a barrier, and this is driven by a number of constraints, which all of us in the room know very well: lack of collateral, information asymmetries, high cost to serve, and shallow credit markets. For women, these issues are further exacerbated. The AFDB has estimated that, I'm just checking if everyone can still hear me.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Apologies. The AFDB has estimated the financing gap for women alone to be $42 billion. It's against this backdrop that the bank commissioned Genesis Analytics to conduct a baseline survey of women entrepreneurs across 16 African markets. This included primary and secondary research. Specifically, 60 financial and government institutions were interviewed to talk about the access to financial services for women SMEs, and we surveyed more than 800 women across these 16 countries. One of these countries, of course, was Tanzania. So the topics that we're going to discuss today, arguably the most important we'll start off with, is the opportunity to serve women SMEs in Tanzania. Then what we'll touch on is some strategic considerations around serving women SMEs, and then the barriers that women SMEs face in accessing finance, with some specific comments on the challenge of collateral, given the topic of the AFAWA guarantee program. Finally, again, given the guarantee program, we'll talk about guarantees as a tool for development finance. So kicking off with the topic of the opportunity to serve women SMEs in Tanzania. To understand this opportunity and the SME landscape more broadly in each of the baseline markets, we looked at a number of things. First of all, the size of the addressable market. It's really important for banks and other financial institutions to understand the size of the opportunity, and so we started by looking at that. Then we looked at the usage of and access to financial services among women to understand their behavior, to understand where the challenges are and where banks can meet them. And then thirdly, because of that, how women want to engage with financial institutions. How do they want to be served so that financial institutions can better understand how to meet women's needs? Starting off with the first topic. Before I start off with the market sizing topic, which I know is very interesting, I just want to make a quick methodological comment on addressable market and what we were sizing. So the addressable market in the context of this study refers to small and medium formal enterprises who are typically the recipients of loans from banks. So here we're not looking at micro, we're not looking at informal, because we wanted to look at businesses that are typically not looking for startup capital, but rather looking to expand and grow existing businesses. These would be the women who would be expected to be reached through the guarantee program of AFAWA. Now, turning to the market sizing the overall MSME landscape in Tanzania, we learned that there are 5.4 million MSMEs, of which around 0.4 million are considered to be formal, small,
Recording
and
in
medium.
progress.
What you can see from the graphic above is also that informal SMEs are much more prevalent than formal, as well as the case of micro SMEs. Informal micro SMEs, as again we all know in the room, makes up the bulk of the MSME market. In the next slide, we did the exact same exercise for the sub-segment of women SMEs. And here, when we look at the same analysis, we find that there are 1.5 million women MSMEs, of which around 53,000 fall within the addressable market, so small, medium, and formal. So here again, the slide shows the prevalence of informal and micro, but what is interesting to note is that this prevalence, if I go one slide back, is much higher for women than it is for the overall SME market. And that's because, as we know, women are much more likely to be informal and micro and survivalist enterprises. Now that we have a sense of the size of the market, what we looked at next is the financial services usage of these women SMEs. And the majority of these businesses are severely underserved. They don't have the credit that they need to run their businesses. On the right-hand side column, you can see the percentage of women SMEs that are underserved. And here, if you go down, and these are across the 16 baseline markets, and if you go down and you look at Tanzania, it has the highest number of unserved women SMEs across the 16 baseline markets. To understand financial behavior, the Findex data, which again, I think we all in the room know very well from the World Bank, does give us some information on the overall MSME market, which is very interesting. But again, given the prevalence of micro, we do learn less about small and medium, which was the addressable market that we're interested in. But first, let's just see what the Findex data tells us. So first, it tells us in accessing finance to run and grow their businesses, women are much more likely to save up themselves than to borrow. And of these individuals who do borrow, only 4.6% of them did so from banks. Others borrowed from informal sources, such as family and friends and savings clubs. Given the limitation of the Findex data, what we then did is we did a baseline survey of 50 women SMEs in Tanzania, and as I said, more than 800 across the 16 markets, to collect granular data on the specific needs and characteristics of these women-led businesses. What the slide I've got up now just shows you is the profile of the typical woman that was surveyed for this purpose. And what you can see is 62% of them had half of the senior management team being female. 76% had more than half of full-time staff being female, and 92% had products and services that disproportionately benefit women. From this survey, we learned a couple of things. The first thing is that 60% of respondents indicated that access to finance was a significant obstacle that they face in growing their business. And again, across the 16 baseline markets, you can see that Tanzania is on the high side of this spectrum. Now that we understand the baseline, the Tanzanian MSME landscape a little bit better, the second thing that we try to understand is some strategic considerations around serving these women SMEs. So here again, what we learned from the survey is that women SMEs care about targeted products as well as representation of women in the staff and marketing of banks. 42% of respondents said that banks should offer a for-woman financial product. And women were very sensitive to targeted marketing and female representation in the staff of banks. When asked what would be the ideal bank for women, 40% said that it should have a focus on women SMEs, and 36% spoke about the importance of training and skills development offered by their bank, a topic that I'll return to shortly. From the survey and learnings from the 60 stakeholder engagements, we identified key characteristics that should be considered when selecting a lending partner for the AFDB, and also key characteristics that then we believe would make for a successful bank offering to women SMEs. First of all, there should be a strategic focus on women SMEs. The bank needs to have a strategic intent as it relates to growing their lending to women-owned businesses. And very importantly, there should be buy-in from the top management around this mandate to serve women SMEs. Secondly, there should be a targeted offering, as we just learned, because women do care about that, and they care about representation. Thirdly, the credit processes of the bank should be able to reflect the impact of a guarantee. there is a need to ensure that the institution has the right credit capabilities to factor in a guarantee when assessing the risk of a potential customer, and so that it will then be able to engage and support women entrepreneurs much better in the presence of a guarantee. Finally, it's really important that the institution collect gender disaggregated data and that they have monitoring processes in place around its customers. This is to better understand their risk profiles, needs, and behavior, and this can in turn inform their strategy and offerings to make sure that banks effectively reach women SMEs and ensure that credit is extended to them. Women SMEs, so returning to the topic that I had just indicated, where on the previous slide we saw that 36% of women said that a bank that provides training and skills development is ideal for them. What we further saw in this survey is that women indicated that non-financial services is really important for them, in particular around expansion strategy support, startup processes, and business plan writing. So this is a question that was, or these were the answers that we got when we asked women what their top 5 priorities areas are for improvement and what kind of training they wanted to receive from their banks. And so just staying for a moment with this topic and just talking about the role of non-financial services in supporting women SMEs, this should really not be underestimated, as it's a powerful tool to serve SMEs in a holistic manner. Across the continent, banks have started to appreciate the need to serve their SME customers, and women SMEs in particular, with more than just a product-led proposition. Instead, a customer value proposition approach is recommended, which combines access to financial services with critical non-financial services, such as information, education, networking opportunities. This enables a needs-based, holistic, and sustainable approach towards financing SMEs and tapping into the significant opportunity this presents, as we just saw from the market sizing exercise. It's also a really important support mechanism for transitioning informal enterprises into the formal sector, again, as we saw in the market sizing, a very large portion of the overall MSME and women SME market. Developing a holistic MSME package requires a clear strategy that considers both the unique needs of SMEs and the bank's business fundamentals. Again, here we learned both from the survey as well as from the various stakeholder engagements, and we found that there are 3 factors that financial institutions should consider. First of all, strategic fit. The appropriate non-financial services will depend on which MSME segments the bank prioritizes. If it wants to serve, for example, the addressable market that we've been speaking about, small and medium, that looks very different in terms of product offering and service offering compared to if it wanted to serve the micro segment of the market. Secondly, it should consider profitability. The bank needs to have a clear understanding of the cost of different non-financial services strategies and how this is recovered through better growth, better loan performance, and lower churn on customers. Thirdly, relevance. Financial institutions should invest in research to develop a good understanding of the support required in their market segment and the most appropriate channels for the delivery of this support before launching a suite of non-financial services. That concludes our section on strategic considerations around serving women SMEs. The next topic that we looked at in our research is the barriers that women SMEs face in accessing finance. And here we analyzed 5 key barriers to accessing finance with a focus on those that are more challenging for women SMEs: collateral, appetite from banks to serve women SMEs, and financial literacy. Other factors include high cost to serve, as well as the structure of financial markets. But these are typically issues that women and men SMEs face. So we want to look specifically at lack of collateral, which is exacerbated for women, as well as limited appetite from banks to service these women SMEs. So on the first topic, lack of collateral. This is an issue across the continent for SMEs, but is particularly relevant to women SMEs. One of the main reasons for high collateral requirements for loans is the lack of credit information on the side of SMEs. When banks lend to customers, they use credit information to conduct a risk assessment and to understand the likelihood of repayment. When limited credit information exists, banks cannot properly assess risk, and hence collateral acts as a security for banks. women SMEs struggle to provide collateral given the preference of lenders for fixed assets and their limited ownership in this area. In Tanzania specifically, the Credit Bureau covers only 6.1% of the adult population. Only 20% of women claim to personally own land in Tanzania, and only 20% of these women have proof of that ownership. Amongst the addressable market surveyed by 42% said that they did not have access to land to use as collateral. Well, this slide, I won't go through the slide in detail, and I know it has a lot of text, but the point that it just makes is that an important development that we're seeing across the continent is the emergence of movable collateral registries. These registries are able to secure, means that loans are able to be secured despite their size and lack of financial history. And we're seeing these emerge in Nigeria, Zambia, Kenya, Rwanda, and Ethiopia. And this is specifically for women SMEs, an important development, given that women are so much less likely to own fixed assets and more likely to own movable assets. The next topic in terms of the barriers that women SMEs face that came out of our research is it is often found that there is limited appetite among banks to lend to women SMEs. Banks tend to perceive women to be riskier customers and find it more expensive to serve them. Given that women SMEs tend to request lower loan amounts, given that their businesses are smaller and more towards the informal segment, given that they tend to request lower amounts of credit, they're often deemed less profitable because that represents a higher transaction cost. This is then also passed through to the woman SME in the shape of higher rates and fees. In stakeholder consultations, some banks also indicated that the cost of training staff that serve these particular customers was higher than average, again impacting their appetite to serve women SMEs. What we also found across our desktop research of many banks across the 16 markets is that there is a limited number of banks offering dedicated products and services for women. Stakeholder engagements again indicated that for some banks, the reason that they do not have a dedicated offering is that they don't believe women SMEs to have specific or different financial needs, and also, importantly, that they don't have enough resources to develop and implement a woman-specific offering, a topic that we'll come back to in the next section of this presentation. Given the topic of lack of collateral and the AFAWA guarantee instrument, the next thing that we looked at is the guarantees as a tool for development finance. Here we conducted a literature review, in-depth desktop review, and we spoke to 43 banks across the continent to really get down to an understanding of when would guarantees be used, what are the characteristics of a guarantee that is effective, what makes a guarantee successful. And what emerged from our research is that guarantees can provide a viable way to improve SMEs' access to finance if it's underpinned by appropriate design principles. So what all of us know is that the ultimate goal of a guarantee fund is to change the operational and strategic focus of the bank so that the target segment, in this case women SMEs, can have increased access to finance. From primary research as well as a literature review, a set of principles for successful guarantee programs emerged. The first set of principles was around strategic considerations that need to be taken into account. So here what we're talking about is assessing the market context to determine if a guarantee is appropriate. The first point around assessing the market and whether a guarantee is appropriate is around country context. And so here, for example, what we looked at, or rather what we found from speaking to banks across the continent, is that in high interest rate environments, guarantees are less attractive because it would be much more attractive for a bank to get concessional funding from a development finance institution. Whereas if you compare that to a market where typically on average your non-performing loans are very high, to a bank in a market such as that, a guarantee is very attractive because it needs to de-risk its portfolio in order to provide additional credit to SMEs in the market. The second consideration is around the strategic alignment of the financial institution. And here we've already touched on this, but just to emphasize again, the bank needs to have an existing mandate or strategic intent to serve women SMEs in the case of the AFAWA guarantee. And again, that it needs to have buy-in from the top senior management around this mandate to serve women SMEs. Thirdly, there should be a consideration around the type of guarantee. Should this be a portfolio guarantee or an individual guarantee? And again, that's going to be dependent on the market. The next set of principles that emerged was around guarantee design. And this is around the features of the specific guarantee program product. So first of all, instrument features, and second of all, application process. So what stakeholder consultations informed us when we asked banks around guarantee design, what would they like to see? What have they experienced as being successful guarantees that they've used in the past and situations where they would want to use guarantees again? We saw that higher levels of risk sharing, such as coverage above 75 to 80%, is needed to address the cost of funding to allow banks to actually issue more loans. There needs to be an underpinning of local context to ensure that the guarantee program does not exclude relevant borrowers based on too narrow a criteria. The guarantee should be set up as a fund, used as security for the bank if there is a default. The design of an efficient claims process is essential to reducing bureaucracy and increasing usage of the guarantee. And confidential guarantees were identified as more impactful than publicized guarantees, with banks showing that, or banks indicating that when guarantees are publicized, it can often result in SMEs believing that there is no need to pay back guarantee loans that were given under guarantee schemes. The third set of principles that emerged around successful guarantee use amongst banks was around the guarantee implementation. And here, as I noted, we're coming back to the topic of technical assistance for the financial institution. So here we want to ask, how do we ensure that the success and sustainability is maximized for the guarantee product? So on the topic of technical assistance, the point of technical assistance to be coupled with the guarantee instrument is to strengthen knowledge and competencies on subjects such as business management and development. It is to support the bank in developing its soft skills of its staff, as well as gender intelligence of its staff. And as we heard earlier, sometimes banks lack the resources to develop women-specific products. And so technical assistance can go a long way in supporting product development in the women SME market. Sorry, I wanted to go back. In addition to technical assistance for the financial institution, it should also be considered whether complementary products or support, for example, a line of credit and concessional funding, may be useful to be coupled with the guarantee. And thirdly, the disbursement process is a very important consideration in implementation. And here, one of the banks, for example, told us that they had a guarantee which would disperse at 180 days of a non-performing loan, but that the central bank in that country recognized or required banks to recognize non-performing loans at 90 days, which meant that there were a full 90 days where the bank had to carry this non-performing loan on its book, where it impacted its financial performance. That brings us to the end of the topic on guarantees as a tool for development finance. And it also brings us to the end of the presentation. I apologize if it was a little bit rushed. I wanted to get through as many interesting, or at least interesting to me, topics as possible. If you have any questions on the baseline study, on the synthesis report that will shortly be published, please don't hesitate to reach out to us, either to AFAWA or to ourselves at Genesis. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Tasha. Round of applause, please, for Tasha for that presentation. And perhaps, I'm looking for where the camera is, so I'm not in the way. Are there any questions that are really burning that you want to ask Tasha now? I don't know if time will allow, but we might be able to take one question. Has anyone got a burning question? If not, I believe, Tasha, would you be able to share these slides? It was very hard to read some of the slides, and maybe the participants would want to study them afterwards. Is that okay with you? Thank you very much.
Definitely, I'll do so.
Thank you very much. In that case, we'll say thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us today. This was really key to set the scene for the following conversations that we're about to have. Thank you, Tasha.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Okay. Right, let's move swiftly on in that case. We've had the scene set. We're going to receive the slides, but it's time for us to dig a little bit deeper and think about how we can further understand the gender finance gap. Now, I'm going to hand over the microphone to our first moderator for this session. She's the most well-groomed farmer you've probably met in your life, Madam Irene Madeje. She has worked for 22 years in telcos, in banking, in financial inclusion. She has most recently worked with FSDT prior to Ms. Pamela Shire, who will also be coming up as part of our panel in a moment. But she's currently consulting in a range of different areas, government policy. She sits on the board of Exim Bank, where she chairs the board credit committee, and other boards as well. But as I mentioned initially, she is a farmer, and she is running a very successful business there. Can we put our hands together, please, for our first moderator, Irene Madeje? Please come on up to the stage. And I believe you will invite your esteemed panelists and introduce them to talk to us about how we can bridge the gap. Karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here on this very, very important topic. But most importantly, under the AFAWA, where we are actually, the rubber is hitting the road. We're not just sitting down and talking. I listened to my brother Mafuru, where it's like, enough statistics. We know the statistics, but let's do something. And if you look at the way the AFAWA initiative is actually drafted, we are already seeing actions. We're already seeing banks that are signing. We're already seeing us talking about capacity building for both the supply side and the demand side. And we are seeing money that is being committed, and some of it already starting to flow to the SMEs, women SMEs. And that is basically what we need to see. So let me introduce my panel. Okay. It's a little bit hard here without the podium. I don't want to sit alone. Wait until they're here. Okay, just to start off this panel, very quickly, I love starting by quotes because it is important to just put things into perspective. And thank you very much, Genesis Analytics, for very good, fresh statistics. But here is a note from Christine Lagarde, MD, IMF. She says, when women often bear brunt of poverty and limited access to economic opportunities, including financial access, inequality is not a moral issue. And this is really where I want to begin. It is a macroeconomic issue. IFC study has actually proven that we can actually increase GDP up to 3.5% each country if we really include women in economic activities. We've heard today, globally, 70% of women SMEs are unserved or underserved. You've seen the numbers just right now for Tanzania. In Africa alone, and we heard from Madam Nena, she said, underline this one, 42 billion is really the financing gap that we have in Africa. And UNDP data is actually telling us the opportunity for sub-Sahara. We can unlock productivity of up to 95 billion. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, this is a macroeconomic issue. It's my pleasure to welcome my panel. So the panel today, we will be talking about financial inclusion strategy in Tanzania. We'll be discussing the regulatory framework. We will be talking about some status and outcome of this strategy that we've had in Tanzania for women. We would also want to understand a little bit of the social norms, because when you talk women access to finance, you need to look at it holistically. But also critically, we will be probing on the macroeconomic issue and trying to understand policy and the direction of the country, but as well as looking at the current banking landscape. To take us through that, I would like to welcome my panel member, and I'm starting with the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Zainab Chaula. who is a permanent secretary in the Ministry for Health, Community Development, Gender, Elderly, and Children. She started off by being a permanent, deputy permanent secretary, but now she's a permanent secretary. Welcome, Dr. Chaula, to be with us. Then next, I would like to welcome my brother, my friend, colleague, a seasoned banker, and who is a deputy permanent secretary. We've already heard you. We're looking forward for more from you. Lawrence is a deputy permanent secretary responsible for economic management. And I think we've heard earlier on, this is a well-seasoned banker. So not only talk to us about policy matter, we also want to understand practical things from the banking perspective on how we can actually take this agenda forward. I would also like to welcome Madam Nena Nabufo, who is a Director General, East Africa Regional Development and Business Delivery Service Bureau. She's coming from Africa Development Bank. She is responsible for over 13 countries in Africa, responsible for their transformational development and impact, from operational efficiency to overall health of a portfolio in this country. Welcome, Madam Nena. I would like to welcome Mama Janet Mbene, who is has a well-renowned career in both international organization, private sector, public sector, and development organization. She's here to share with us some of the work that she's doing currently, really empowering women and girls in the number of organizations that she's involved in. I would like to welcome my sister Pamela Shao. Pamela is currently the Chief Executive Director of the Financial Sector Deepening Trust. Pamela is here to share with us the strategy that she has to see what some of the catalytic activities that can be deployed in Tanzania in order for us to see advancement of financial inclusion, especially for women. Karibuni sana, my distinguished panel here with us. So the audience is eager to hear and listen from all of you, and I would like this one to be a conversation, really. Let's just bring it down and just have a conversation and talk in practical terms. What do we know, but what is most importantly, what should we do, or what is already happening? Because we understand the value of women being included, inclusive development, and we are all committed to it. So what should we do? What should we continue doing? What should we change so that we see acceleration of this? Allow me to start with Madame Nena Nabufo from the Africa Development Bank. So we've heard the study right now that it shows that we have up to 53,000 women SMEs in Tanzania that are formal. Because let's start from the positive side. We already have these 53,000 women that are already formal. This is important for financial institutions to tap into, but it also shows everywhere overwhelmingly number of women entrepreneurs in the informal sector. So these are the only ones who are in the formal sector. There are actually a number of them that are actually in the informal sector. We heard the statistics there. 54% of women are actually in MSME sector. In your opinion, why do women SMEs operate in more informal sector? Karibu. Do we have the mic? Yeah, please. Okay. And while you're talking, you can also tell us what should governments do to facilitate the transition into formal? Why are they there, and what should governments do?
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, we've seen and the statistics as displayed, and we've been told the results of the survey and research that Genesis did. And this clearly shows that women in East Africa, and women in Africa generally, it's not just East Africa, are disproportionately self-employed in informal enterprises, and this, of course, increases their vulnerability, and that's why they don't even have access to finance, Because when you are informal, then you go to the bank, they cannot use the informal to formalize access to finance. And so this also reduces the opportunities for the women to have access to finance. Of course, according to ILO, the informal sector makes up over 50% of non-farm employment in sub-Saharan Africa. It's about 62%, but Tanzania is doing much better at about 49.8%. There are several reasons why we find women more on the informal sector than men. The first one is education. I remember when we were growing up, there was this saying about the woman's place being in the kitchen. Traditionally, over time, people didn't really see education and exposure for women as something that a family is needed to pursue intentionally. And you found in those days that where a family could send only 1 or 2 children to school, it was always the men that were sent. And you will find that even families that had only women maybe looked for a nephew to send instead of sending the woman. And growing up, a lot of the women who were educated went to nursing school or teachers' training. It was rare to find women who went to formal university education. So down the lane, you find that that has affected women opportunities for women. And you find that even in rural areas, the level of illiteracy is much higher. So women are now, we're having more and more women getting educated. And if we had had this kind of engagement about 20 years ago, the participation would have been different. We probably would have had to look for the women that will participate. So education has played a role, and you find that in countries where there had been a deliberate and equal opportunity for education for both men and women, that this is not really, the issue is not that high. And like Jules had said, I remember last year, the breaking news in America was that there were more women or more girls who registered in the universities last year than men. So you find that in a place like the US that the women are actually doing better than the men currently, not because of lack of equal opportunity, but because over time women have caught up and they are taking their place. And that also ties into cultural issues. Like I said, it is believed that the primary role of a woman is to cook and take care of the family. It's not to run business. So even where you find sometimes women who are educated, they are relegated to the informal sector because all their primary role in the family is for them to cook and take care of the family, the children, the elderly, the in-laws, everybody. So they really do not have the opportunity to go out to express their capabilities. So the women therefore share the disproportionate burden of taking care of the family, and they have competing demands that makes it difficult. As a result of that also, you find that most women who have businesses actually do that as subsistence and a hobby. So their intention is most times starts, okay, since in between cooking and dropping the children in school and bringing them home, I have some free time, let me start something small. So they don't start with the intention of being entrepreneurs. They start with the intention of keeping themselves busy. And at the end of the day, by the time they want to become entrepreneurs, they've worked in the informal sector, even though they've achieved something, but the fact is that most of what they have achieved have been informal. It makes it difficult for them to have access. So when they go to the banks are looking for track records which they don't have. And therefore, they are not able to get access to finance. Another thing I'd like to mention, and it was said here, culturally, women don't have a lot of fixed assets, immovable assets. Inheritance laws in our countries make it difficult for women to have land and to have access to the kind of assets that they can use as collateral. Of course, we understand the financial institutions are not going to give, even the men don't get money just because they are men. You need collateral. So where collateral belongs to the man, then it becomes difficult for the woman to use it to grow her business. Now, what can be done? I'll start with the issue of collateral. I think we need to find a way to support the women. Women also, a lot of women may not be working, but women have things like jewelry, gold jewelry. They have things like cars. We have to find a way to also use the movable assets that women have. How do we collateralize them and use them as security? And the research talked about it being done. It has Nigeria and Kenya, gave examples since 2017, but the uptake by the banking sector has really not been as good as expected. So there has to be a deliberate effort to find how best that can be used, that there's some kind of collateralization that can help the women have access. I think education is important, and government, like in Tanzania, for example, I understand education is free from primary to advanced level. But governments have a responsibility to make, it's not just education is free, it has to be qualitative education that is free. It also has to come with a policy that no child gets left behind. So saying that education is free is not enough. But parents may decide, okay, education is free, so all the boys go to school. The girls, you stay home to help in the house. How does the government ensure and insist that every child has equal opportunity to get some education? But in the meantime, while we are doing that, we have a good proportion of women who have missed that opportunity. How do we bring in some kind of literacy and educational programs to help them? And when we are talking about education, we're not talking about teaching them to speak English. Is that they already speak Swahili, and like I'll say, when you go to the market, that market woman you're buying from has never been to school, but if you underpay her by 1 shilling, she knows. So what we need to do is teach them basic issues about financial management. Some of the things also that stop women from registering their business is the bureaucracy of registration. How can we encourage people, both men and women who are in the informal sector, support them to make it simple to register, make it cheap to register? Governments can even come up to say, if you register within this period, we will not charge you any registration fees, because it's in the interest of government to bring as many of these people into the formal sector. So there are a lot of things that both the government and the private sector, they have to come up with innovative ways to help women entrepreneurs to transition from the informal to the formal sector. And this has to be, how do we customize, like I said, the regulation, the tax process? The people who regulate this sector shouldn't handle it as a punitive process. They should handle it as a process that encourages people to come into the formal sector and give them some kind of incentive to take it up. And so part of the AFAWA initiative, we are looking at how to work with governments, how to work with policymakers to identify innovative ways to transition some of these SMEs from informal to the formal sector. And some of the assessments that we have done so far in order to identify the women SMEs that have the capacity to quickly transition to the formal sector, or we try to understand their challenges, and then we leverage this knowledge to inform the policy changes that we are working with government and dialoguing with them on. So we also have issued calls for proposals through these calls for proposals, we are identifying impactful government practices that could potentially be replicated across the continent to other countries. As we engage with governments and we see how we can make sure that we transition many SMEs from informal, then we scale up some of the good practices that we are seeing in some of these countries.
Thank you very much. We continue with our basic education. We look at some of these strategic regulatory and infrastructure such as alternative collateral so that we can really tap into the opportunity that is existing. Examples of Kenya is already out there. Literacy program for women that are already out there. They're informal, but we can do something. We can teach them financial management, and we can really reduce the bureaucracy so that we allow them to formalize. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I would like now to move now into the macro setting, and I'm looking at my brother Mafuru here, and try to understand really from the Tanzania macro economic outlook. We know the Vision 2025. It has intention, and those intentions, they include inclusive development. So it's not like we need to development as a nation. But importantly, in Tanzania, we have a financial inclusion strategy that has worked very well. We had the first NFIF that finished in 2018, and now we are into the second financial inclusion strategy that has a specific focus on women. But still, we still have the statistics that are still showing that the poverty levels among women is much higher than men, despite the fact that as a country we've seen improvement from a poverty level from 34% to 26%. We have many women, you know, that are participating in labor. I was looking at the Tanzania Economic Outlook. It's showing that we have 80% of participation of women in the labor force, higher than the sub-Saharan Africa of 63%. But we still have these gaps that we've actually heard. From the policy point of view, what more needs to happen? What should we do to actually accelerate ourselves as a country and address these inequalities? Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. First and foremost, I wasn't expecting that I would be sitting around this kind of environment, and as I was sitting here, I was so scared. But anyways, so let me just get a lot more practical here, and I'm seeing a number of bankers here. And some of you've dealt credit, you're some approvers here. Who in their institution, when they look at credit applications and they see this is a women-driven project, we would not look at it because it's women project? Is it in any of the banks or institutions' credit policy that you give more credit rating to men-driven projects as opposed to lady credit applications? Show of hands. They carry equal numbers. So what's the problem? We're told that you know, women-driven projects don't attract our attention in our appraisals, and we tend to prefer more men-driven. Is it that we are discriminatory, or we don't see a lot of them coming through?
Systemically,
I guess the reason I'm asking this question is there is no affirmative action against women, at least for as long as I've been in the industry. And I've been here for some 2 decades solid. I can't remember any institution that has been specifically saying when you see or you come across a project that is you know, managed or led by women, give it a lower rating. So we're actually dealing with a different problem here, in my view. And we talked about poverty levels, that we still see poverty levels amongst our society. If I am poor, as Lawrence, certainly anybody behind me is going to be poor. So it starts with the poverty levels of the country. So until and unless we begin to address the poverty levels of the country, only when we will begin to unlock the poverty levels of the women. It is a subset of the poverty levels that we have in the country. So as we embark on macroeconomic policies that need to put a dent on poverty, we will automatically be addressing that, especially because we've all agreed that there's no specific policies that discriminates women when it comes to assessing who should get a support or shouldn't. So I think my first response to your question is that in our Tanzania Development Vision 2025, which is expiring in the next 3 years, and by the way, we've just started the process to do Tanzania Development Vision 2050. I'll put a hole in that. We started on with the wrong footing, partly because we thought that was going to be our blueprint towards poverty reduction. Our primary objective was to get into $3,000 per capita by 2025. We announced our entry to low middle income in 2021. And some people said we are ahead of time. Can I just tell you that that announcement was supposed to be done in 2009, not 2021. So we're not ahead of time. And so where we are today, for us to get at $3,000 per capita, we'll have to grow this economy by at least 30-35% year on year for the next 3 years. Next to impossible. So we've missed out. So I guess it starts with when we put the vision, which was properly targeting at putting a dent on poverty, our strategy were not up to scratch. 1994 to date, China has been able to move over 400 people out of 400 million people out of poverty over the last 2-3 decades. We started our TDV 2025 pretty much along the same time. We're just behind them by about 8 years or so. How were they able to move and we are not able to move? I think we just need to look at the detail of our execution. I am avoiding to pinpoint gender-based strategies because I am looking at the platform is already on a wrong footing, and therefore everything else that follows next will not come to a level that you wanted. Where are we? What are we doing now? I think we've learned several lessons, and that's the reason Dr. Chaula is here, specifically because as a country we realized that we needed to mainstream gender, special groups, and be part and parcel of our growth journey. And this is something that we've done perhaps over the last 5-10 years. When we started talking about we need a special ministry for women, special ministry for youth, because we realized that it's a force to reckon with and we need to pay attention. Have we done enough? Maybe not. But I think we've at least appreciated that we needed to mainstream this. I wasn't aware, but she's here, but I think under the Prime Minister's office we do have economic empowerment division, which is purely, again, looking at special groups and trying to fast track and pick up on the lost ground. So in terms of the macroeconomic policies that we have, they're all inclusive. I think we need to be able to agree on improving the how we do it. And the how for me is really the picking on the right growth path. We started with financial inclusion, 2003, and we all saw the impact when we started using MNOs and inviting them into the financial sector. Some of us were in the banking sector, and when we had the Vodacoms of this world, the Airtel and Tigo of this world coming to financial services, we pushed back saying they're coming to eat our lunch. And little did we know that was a game changer. Talking about women being really brought into the formal financial sector, I think these platforms have facilitated a lot of what today we seem to all be scared because men, when they hear their wives in Vicobas and all these capital groups, they get scared because there's power that comes with those Vicobas. And some of us, we sometimes get surprised as you fumble around getting things done. Somebody told you, I've sorted that out. And you can't even start asking, how did it happen? So I think the initiatives around allowing technology to come in, I think supporting initiatives that specifically pull together these groups that are so powerful economically, and whether you're talking about youth or women, being able to recognize the needs that they need for them to grow and excel is very important. Sometimes we have assumed that we know what is needed. Dr. Chaula, sitting right here, will tell you she knows what we need in the women space. We cannot be planning for her. When we started talking about Machinga in this budget, we struggled because we were asked to look for money to support Machinga. But we started asking ourselves, who is this Machinga? Who are we actually supporting? Who is a Machinga? Is this a route to market for a manufacturer in Dar es Salaam who's producing, and this Machinga takes these goods from the gate and is the distribution channel? Is this the lady who buys a bucket of fish at ferry in the morning and go and sell it in the evening? Who is it that we're actually trying to address? Because if you're looking at these distribution channels, then that's not a Machinga. You're actually supporting a wholesaler or a manufacturer somewhere. This has a formal business that they're doing. So we also struggled with defining who are we supposed to help. So even when we're coming up with these wholesale macroeconomic initiatives, we still need to zero in, and that's why working with special groups, initiatives like this, that really wants to look at the special area and give you the dimensions upon which you should operate, will help us to fast track and be able to redefine our macroeconomic policies and work through. I think the other important point that I would like to put here is that we launched a financial sector master plan, which has also been inclusive of all the special groups, gender being there. And thanks to yourself, who started the journey, and now she is progressing with it through our FSD department under FSDT. So it's working through and with you people that has been able and helping the government to mainstream these initiatives into the macroeconomic policies. And I think that's the only way we can progress, by bringing in everybody who understands where, as you said, the rubber hits the road, and being able to come up with policies that answers those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it's important to hear, some of these plans that we have, especially as we are embarking into 2050 Tanzania vision. Since you're the only man, I just want one more question, but very brief. Bring it home to access to finance and focus on the policies that are either in place or should be taken in place. Now that we know that we actually do not have an equal footing where we're beginning, and some of them, we've heard some of the barriers that came from Madam Nena there. Some of those policies, affirmative policy, that should be in place while understanding the position of a woman, already may be in place or should be taken in place to ensure that we accelerate access to finance to women.
You're beginning to be discriminative now. But anyways, so I think some of the policies that we're working, by the way, we have several policy instruments. These are all guarantee schemes that we have in the country, based or placed in different sector ministries. They are meant to support these economic activities. I think we all know Tanzania Agricultural Development Bank is an agricultural policy bank. One of the key important roles they play is providing guarantees to lenders that are ready to support you know, people who are involved in agricultural activities. And in the broadest definition of agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and related activities. So as a policy bank, I think we tend to support that. We recently converted the debt that we had on-lended to them to give it a lot more capital. I think there's a policy, or rather an act, that is being currently on draft to allow immovable assets to be accepted as collateral. You know, when people want to use it for accessing loans, especially because we all agree that not many women have assets. And when we talk assets, I believe we're talking about landed assets. So immovable assets are going to be included as part of the accepted facilities that will, I mean, assets that will be accepted as instrument that will be used. But I think the other important policy intervention is that through the Ministry of Local Government Authorities, your ministry has a very long name and I keep forgetting it, but gender, special groups, and youth. I think there's a lot of interventions that we do through there. And as a government, most of the policies that are meant to bring gender equality are being driven through similar ministries. For those of you who are following, we're also mainstreaming some of the activities through the Gender Equality Forum, which is a project for which was established by herself, Madam President. And I think that is also one of the forum that is challenging a number of policies to ensure that every time we're talking about policies or macroeconomic policies, we are mainstreaming gender. If you read in most of the budget books for most of the ministries, you will find a paragraph that talks about gender something, gender this. Whether that is going to be implemented or done, it's a different ballgame. But at least there's conversations around mainstreaming that. And so you are not going to find one area that is just looking at it. I think it's going to be across the board. Idea being to make sure that everywhere there's a room for bringing these, and I keep referring to special groups because she carries both, even though sometimes she becomes very, very biased by redefining gender meaning women.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Happy to see that the collateral law is actually going on. So I want to be quickly just go into the real experience from the entrepreneurs. I'm going to go to Mama Mbene, and then I'll quickly go to Pamela, where I want you to tell me a bit about some of the catalytic activities that you're conducting from FSTT to see access to finance. And then I want to finish with the best for last, which, as we've heard, you know, the lady herself in the room who is actually with the right name and the ministry that is actually carrying the agenda. So we're really running short of time. So Mama Mbene, you are actually, one of the many things that you're doing right now is the consulting, and you work specifically actually with startups and focusing those that are actually from women and the young people in terms of capacity building. Can you just tell us from your experience, what do you really see as some of those barriers, and in what ways can you tell the financial institutions who are actually seated here, you know, how should they be able to serve those women SMEs that you actually serve? Very briefly, we're running short of time. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I really want to commend the organizers. This is a very good discussion, but I'm hoping that it's not going to end up with discussions. We've had so many of these, and I'm just hoping that at some point we will start seeing real action on the ground. I heard Lawrence speak here, and almost challenging whether women are really marginalized or segregated upon. The reality on the ground is that they are not segregated intentionally, but the situation they're in, the circumstances they're in, the backgrounds and the cultural issues are the ones that are preventing them from accessing finance as they should. So this is what it's all about. It's not so much like someone is actually preventing them, but it's the circumstances that are preventing them, starting with the financial literacy of most of the women entrepreneurs. And this is something that I would like to challenge bankers, service providers, including our sales consultants, to really break it down to the entrepreneurs. What is it about financial management that they need to know? How do they manage their businesses? How do they write their books? Because these are important for their businesses. But there's also the issue of overall education. When you have a woman entrepreneur who is educated and one that is not educated, the level of articulation and the level of understanding issues is slightly different. And there one would expect those that are supporting these two women to take that on board and while providing the services, to make sure that they bring it down to the level that is understood. But there's also the issue of institutional issues that affect women, land issues. If you're talking of collateral, even if you're talking of movable assets, how many women have movable assets that can really be pledged as collateral per se? That's why they end up with Vicobas and SACCOs, because those are the ones that they're able to manage, because they kind of provide oversight over each other. Like one member takes care of the other's responsibilities, so that they all make sure that everyone is paying their loans. But there's also the issue of, for instance, if an informal operator, if an informal MSE wants to formalize, the process of formalizing, the process of registering a name, a company, they're just crazy, even for men for that matter. So these are issues that one has to take into account. When you want to bring women on board the economic mainstream, you have to make sure that these are processes that they can also manage. We had through the Genesis report that 100% of the women that they interviewed, of the businesses that they worked in their studies, are in the urban areas. Obviously, there are a lot of women potential. There's a lot of women potential in the rural areas, but who is talking to them? These are women who are producing. They have money. They need financial services. Are you banks going to them? Only 12%, I think, of Tanzanians are accessing banks. Where is the money where is the money going to for the rest of the Tanzanians that are not in banks? So there's a lot of unserved clients out there, and they need these services, both from financial services, but from also service providers for other skills and development. So we find that there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed. The issue of taxation, I don't even want to go there. The issue of taxation, first of all, the compliance issues are just too much. Leave alone the corruption issues. Leave alone even understanding what the taxes are all about. And then there's this thing of taxing people the same way, whether they are small, whether they are startups, whether they are developed. The tax people, all they're interested in is getting their money. So you find that even those women who are ready to be formal, they don't want to be formal. They'd rather stay informal, because then they're invisible. Nobody will follow them and ask them for this and that. And by remaining informal, government obviously loses, because first of all, you don't have the data, you don't know who is doing what, but also you're not able to provide the skills and the skills development that they need. Access to trade. A lot of women are the ones who are doing border trade, but how many of them are skilled in any way about customs issues? They end up being harassed by police They end up being assaulted in all forms and manner because they do not understand the issues of customs regulations and other issues. These are areas that these women need support. We're now into the continental free trade area. How many of our women will access that? How many of our women entrepreneurs will access that? How many even know what it is all about? So these are areas that we need support, whether banks do not discriminate or they do, but these are areas that women need support to be able to participate in the economic growth of their country. So there are so many areas that institutions need to take on board. And my take, because the time is running out, is that we need to have all stakeholders sitting together, including the women entrepreneurs themselves, formal and informal, to chart out ways in which they feel would be best, would best address the issues that are facing them. I liked what Genesis spoke about, saying that women need to be listened to. In other service providers. That is the only way we will really be able to come up with solutions that are really workable for these women.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mama Mbene. And we are happy to know that today we have women SMEs, and they will be on the stage shortly just to do a fireside chat where we will get to hear them, and we have here the whole stakeholder fraternity with us. Thank you very much. A lot of call to action. Financial institutions that are here, people who are involved in business development, the government. I've seen my brother writing here, my sister also writing some call to action. Thank you very much. So briefly, Pamela, and I'm just going to, because I can, just limit you a little bit in terms of, can you just highlight, you know, we've seen the number, we've heard the numbers, we don't need to go back to the numbers, but can you just highlight some of those catalytic actions that we need to do to actually be able to promote, you know, to make sure that the market is now coming in and actually able to address this market? One or two, please. I know FSDT is doing a lot, but I'm just giving you an opportunity for one or two. Okay. Karibu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm happy that I've spoken after Mama Janet because FSDT, what we call our 2.0 strategy for the next 5 years, is specifically focusing on women and youth, MSMEs in urban areas, and women and youth farmers organized in strategic value chains. And I'm glad that Lawrence mentioned the machinga, because when we say the MSME in urban areas, we are really focusing mostly on the machinga. And for those that are following us, I think on LinkedIn, we have really tried to bring the voices of women machinga to you, in terms of, so that you are able to put a face to a name, to really understand, and I think the financial sector to really understand what they are going through. At the same time, FSDT will be having a geographic footprint, and this is after we have finalized the FinScope. We will be starting in January 2023 to give way to the census. So I know also the financial sector will be able to see all the improvement that has happened. I know there's a big gap, but due to the advancement in digital financial services, we are definitely going, we are hoping to see improvement, even though there will be still gaps to be addressed. We are also very happy to announce, and I'm glad, Irene, you talked about the NFIF. Together with BOT, as you all know, NFIF is coming to an end this December. So we have begun the review, and all of you are partners in the room. So we are reviewing NFIF 2 with the plan of launching NIF 3. And I've been asked to read this. So the recommendations will inform the development of women-responsive financial policies and regulations, enable the financial market to design and deploy innovative solutions for women, and guide the design of national and subnational strategic interventions for women-led businesses. My team asked me to make sure that I read that out. So I think in relation to AFAWA and women-led MSMEs, first of all, we aim to establish an SME development fund, and this one will be listed at the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange. We consider this is one of our practical solutions, and it is, I think, in line with international best practices. This facility is still at the conception stage, but we aim to launch by January 2023. And we are working together with FSD Africa, Africa Guarantee Fund, the Capital Markets and Securities, and NMB Bank. We are envisaging that it consists of a pipeline of SACCOs, MFIs, and SMEs. Jules, I don't know if he's in the room. He says that this is the first time, I think it will be the first one in Africa, listing an SME that is targeting women-led businesses. So we are very, very excited about that. We'll be also supporting guarantee funds to de-risk women-owned and led enterprises. We'll be providing technical assistance to financial sector providers that are targeting women. On the non-financial services side, we'll be supporting business development services. And I heard Mama Mbena mentioning the lack of financial literacy, but also there's a need to introduce simple digital skills because financial services have gone digital. We are working in a digital economy, so there is definitely that room of how to introduce simple digital skills for women SMEs. For the Machinga, we aim to issue a bond that will be intentional for the development of MSMEs in the urban areas. I'm very happy to see Alex in the room. We are working together with the team. We are very happy to hear that the Jasiri bond actually has been oversubscribed, and we are also happy to hear majority of the subscribers are women from the rural areas. So let's bring, I know the market has an appetite. Lawrence was talking about our Vicobas, and when I think Madame tells him that she has already cleared, I don't know if she has told you of the Christmas trips we usually take, because our Vicobas have become so high and we have nowhere to invest. So let's say, let's go to Zanzibar. So having these investment products for women will really, really boost and grow our Vicobas to the next level. You know who you are. You all belong in them.
Thank you.
So just to add, we are really, as FSDT, being very intentional. We would really like to work with AFAWA. Personally, I think, I looked at the 10 cohorts, of the first 10 cohorts. I'm not sure if there's a Tanzanian SME there. So I would like to challenge the colleagues in the room to make sure that the second cohort, we enlist not one, but at least 3 out of the 10. As FSDT, I would really like to work with all of you to make sure we address the barriers. What are the barriers that Tanzania SMEs, women-led SMEs are facing to the point that they cannot access not only AFAWA or the other international opportunities? So it's an exciting time, I think, for women. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pamela. I think a lot of expectation there on a lot of those initiatives that are being conducted. I said I'm saving the best for last, and I know that I'm squeezing her for time, but she can actually manage the time. But at the same time, we did say here, she is really coming from the Mother in Ministry, which is responsible for community development, gender, women, and special groups. We are talking here about women, we are discussing access to finance, but we need to think and understand a woman holistically, and especially on the issues of social norms, and how that can actually really hinder access to finance as well as access to economic opportunities. I want you to tell us in terms of some of the ways in which, Mafuru mentioned here, you're mainstreaming into other government departments, but most importantly, focus on access to finance. And what are some of those interventions, initiatives that you're having, but in the perspective of understanding a woman holistically? You can give us a snippet on the revised gender policy and how it is actually approaching this issue. That will be good, but also to be very brief and straight to the point because of the time. Karibu.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm so glad to be here. And on behalf of the government, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizer and inviting us. But particularly for the speakers and my dear panelists, and for the audience, especially all monetary houses. I can say houses because we have started with the TBA president in the morning. I can say since morning we have had a similar kind of songs repeatedly about woman empowerment, and we are here all together to see how best we can alleviate these problems. And you started by asking about social norms. I will ask you questions. What are these social norms, by the way? We are here, all women in this room, by opportunity, by design, we were empowered, or what? I can say this because since morning we have had a number of challenges facing the woman. And these are inherited since many years back. But thanks for Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan to recognize this and formulate a new ministry, Ministry of Community Development, Gender. And gender is, woman is inside the gender, but she decided to uplift woman and the special groups, and being positioned in this seat. What I can say to conclude, we need to work holistically, jointly. Let us share what we have in terms of innovations. I'm happy to be part and parcel of this journey of AFAWA Finance Series, and I managed to sit with the Director General asking series of questions. I used to be sometimes frustrating. I'm a doctor by profession. I work with the outcome. Is whether you die or you are alive. If you are not, I need a panel discussion to look for the possible solution. Why we are here? Madam say we have a number of meetings, series of meetings, we have opportunities, and we have challenges as well. So I would like at this juncture to say we have national women and gender policy since 2000. There's a lot of good things happening, and especially here. We are here because we were probably well educated. But we have a lot of sharing experience in a number of meetings, short training, and we said clearly we needed to capacitate women. Where are they? We say this is AFAWA Finance Series. They are going to empower bankers so that the woman can get access for finance by risk sharing. Then we are saying we are going to do technical assistance for financial bodies. What about those who are managing this woman? Because we need to go together concurrently and parallel. No one should be left behind, from policymaker, financial institution, the woman, whereby we are saying we need it in this journey because we are here to represent many who are left behind. How are they going to get this information sharing, that there's a opportunities around and hanging around them? How are they going to grasp this opportunity? Yes, I'm here enjoying as a permanent secretary, but people, they are frustrated over there. Yes, the government has done a lot of initiative, including to improve or to revise the national policy for education. Yes, they're going to get free education from primary up to the advanced level. She mentioned it clearly. Are they going to school? Because yes, education is free, but when you go back, there's no food because you haven't empowered the woman. Yes, you give the financial, you say, guarantee fund. Guarantee. Who are they guarantee? Are they know that they are going to be guaranteed? What are the methodology which we are going to sit together? I used to be a bit somehow methodology sometimes which we are work on it. Bankers, they are there. They have money. We have 10% fund. They're there. But it's still woman carrying the bag with the banana, looking for surviving. Only surviving, not for development. As a result, this is a vicious cycle. So I ask my dear colleague, African Development Director General, who are women of action, brilliant. As a government, I wish to stay with you to know exactly what is going on. Madam Pamela mentioned about Machinga. Who is Machinga, by the way? It's just a small entrepreneur, informal. We are here as a government. I'm here. You are complementing the effort. That's why there's a PPP. We used to say, even thought, thinking, let us share. How can you sit behind discussing Machinga while I'm here and I don't know anything? Do you think you are going to succeed? Definitely no. Where are the data? So what I need, let us be fair and sincere. There's a number of stories. Me, I need a success story. It's action-oriented, just about the statistics. We hear the numbers since morning. We know the obstacles. We know the challenges. But the opportunity is having a AFAWA finance series. And thanks to God, we are launching today, and I'm part and parcel of this program. I'm going to sit with you, bankers. Tell me your methodology. How are you going to grasp all women at the rural village to make sure that...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bankers.
Thanks indeed.
She's coming. You know, she is coming and she's going to ask you those questions. I'm told my time is out. I really would have loved to hear just one final word from my speakers. But I guess I am not given that. But thank you very much. This is a distinguished speaker panel, and we've learned a lot. We've understood some of the barriers that are existing. We've highlighted some of those policy and regulatory actions either already been taken place or some that we should actually embed as we go forward, some of the practical solutions, but most importantly, call to action. You know, we already have funds in the country. We also have additional de-risking that is in the country. Bankers, if it is capacity building, you've heard from Madam Bene, if it is embedding those holistic solutions so that we can go and address financing gap to women, let's do it, because you don't want Madam Chaula to come into your office. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Irene, we had time for one or two questions from the floor, if there are any burning questions.
Yes.
Before they sit down.
Yes.
Number tuwarudishe.
They can ask the questions and I will actually pinpoint, yes. Okay. I don't want to take them back. Yes, I don't want to deprive you from asking questions, please. I give you this opportunity right now, and I have some ushers going around. Please do engage. If there's any question to any of our panel, distinguished panel, karibuni sana, or just a general question also on the research that we heard. Karibuni, you can raise your hand.
There is one. Thank you very much.
And introduce yourself first, Karibu.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Betty Kokomgimba. I work for Equity Bank. There is one question, but it's not related to where I work. it's related to a challenge that I went through last week. We were having an entrepreneurial challenge for young entrepreneurs. They were youth and majorly women, most of them. And while we were going through the process of vetting and everything, it's called Akili ya Pesa. We realized that we have a challenge, as Mama Mbene or Honorable Janet Mbene has highlighted, just the same list that she has highlighted, the formalization, the taxation issues, and the financial literacy. But then today I was talking to the lady who was supposed to be here, Mama Maida, and I was explaining to her on the phone about this forum. And she raised an issue that we are very grateful for the African Guarantee Fund and AFAWA. We don't want to put some rain on it, but we are a bit hesitant, or it will be a bit hesitant if we do not have the assurance that it's going to address these challenges from the onset. And for the Mama Chaula and Kaka Lawrence who are here, maybe it's the same challenge we have in the country, because we even tried to access funding through the municipal councils and the halmashauri for the youth and the women, but it's impossible, next to impossible to access those funds. They got a lot of bureaucracies, and we don't know who is getting the funds. We were hoping they could partner with the Akili ya Pesa because it's a very open, but it was impossible. So my question is, how are we going to be sure that it's not going to be as bureaucratic as the rest of the funds that are in the country for the youth and for women? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you had two sections of the question. So one specifically for AFAWA, my understanding, first of all, there is a component that is a capacity building, because they do understand that capacity building, whether from the supply side, which is the financial institutions, or from the supply side, the demand side issues that you've been talking about, the literacy, are critical to go hand in hand with that access to fund that is there. But I'm going to welcome either Madam Nena or there was Lady Esther, anybody from AFAWA who would like to take up this question. Welcome. Karibu. Somebody from AFAWA. Yeah, Esther.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. So let me make sure I understood, because I was slightly distracted. What you want to know is, how is it that we make sure that the funds are accessible and it's not so bureaucratic? And I will say your first entry point is your financial institution. The commercial bank are your partners for your growth. It's not free money, right? It's about accessing credit. It's about accessing skills. The reason why we have financial institutions here is for them to understand the processes and how to utilize these different financing mechanisms so that they can deploy it to the women entrepreneurs who themselves have to get ready and qualify for it. It's really important. So the funding is there, but we all have to be in the process and get on the journey, qualify, get the documentation that you need to get in order for you to access.
And then Anna.
My name is Patrick. I work with African Guarantee Fund. I just wanted to add on to what Esther said. Emphasis is that we have to go through financial institutions where the de-risking mechanisms are available, but also accompanying the de-risking mechanism is technical assistance support or capacity development support. And the technical assistance support is available for financial institutions, because we all appreciate that some financial institutions do not understand how to lend to women financing. So they need to understand that. And that's why we have a training tomorrow targeting financial institutions. Then secondly, also the technical assistance or capacity development support targets women SMEs. So these we can undertake through financial institutions or the banks, where we support their SME customers, training, mentorship, But also we work through BDS providers, consulting firms, associations, so that they go out, identify, train, and mentor women-led SMEs so that they are credit ready. When they go to the bank, that the bank have an easy time to do an appraisal and provide them with the necessary financing. So technical assistance or capacity development is available at financial institution level and at the business level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another question and one last one here. So Anna, and then we'll have from Patrick.
Yeah, thank you. I hope yeah. Thank you. My name is Anna Mushi. I'm the senior gender consultant, and one of my key areas is women MSME financing. I also sit with my brother Mafuru and my sister Dada Bengi Isa. They are in the President Advisory Committee on the Generation Equality. Yeah, that is one of my advisory services I'm doing. So, knowing that women MSME and of course women in general are not homogeneous group, and so they need to have deeper and context-specific understanding of the needs and aspiration of these women SMEs. So I would really want to hear from the AFDB and AFAWA whether this initiative, to what extent this initiative is also kind of, I would say, I don't want to say supporting, but really engaging the financial institution to have robust and underlying robust and aggressive research and development, whether it's units or department, to really have that capacity to understand context-specific needs and aspiration of these women, so that this initiative will really serve the real needs of these women. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give it to Esther, I want to take the remaining questions so that we serve time. So I have Patrick, and I'm going to give one special one, and I'll tell you exactly why I'm giving that final opportunity. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Irene. I'll be brief. Mine is a question, but semi-request to make a call to action to the partners that have put together AFAWA, that form AFAWA. The supporters, the African Development Bank, the African Guarantee Fund, TBA, but essentially AFAWA. AFAWA is an Africa-wide initiative. I am from the Tanzania Institute of Bankers. My name is Patrick. Tanzania Institute of Bankers is part of an African Alliance of Institutes of Bankers. One of our strategic initiatives that we share across more than 13 or 15 Institute of Bankers representing individual countries in Africa is public financial education. In some particular projects that we've been involved in the past as an institute in Tanzania, sustainability of capacity building has been achieved by partnering with TIOB to build its capacity to offer a specific program. And I think this is great that you're starting with a 2-day workshop, and then later on, perhaps strategically, AFAWA will push for capacity building programs within the partner banks. But my question is, and perhaps it's a call to action, once that initiative has reached a certain milestone and moves on to the next thing, this targeted, the woman that you're trying to help, she's participating in this capacity building program, the milestone date has been reached, you've moved on to the next thing. Who keeps training her on the topic that you've been training, and then you're moving on to the next thing and you're leaving this topic behind? There's an institute that exists in more than 15 countries. I would like to perhaps make you aware of this and to kindly request that you remember us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sustainability, very good. So I'm going to give this last opportunity to Madam Bengi Isa. She is the Executive Director, National Economic Empowerment Council for Tanzania. But there is also something else that I think a lot of people don't know. She's also the chairperson for the Women's Affairs Committee. This is a special committee under the National Financial Inclusion Framework, which is a strategy for the country, and it has a special focus to ensure access to finance to women is actually achieved. And she's the chairperson. Welcome, Madam Bengisa.
Thank you very much, Irene. Good afternoon. I have two questions on the baseline report that was submitted earlier. The first one, it was mentioned that it is perceived by financial institutions or banks that women are more riskier than others, which from my experience, I don't think that is true, because probably maybe financial institutions and banks, they don't know that women are the best people to be given loans, because normally they're very serious and actually they're very, they're very organized. When you give them loans, they don't default. Default rate for women is very low compared to others. So I think we need to look at that. The other one is on a guarantee fund. I have experience of working with guarantee funds, about 8 in our country. And the main problem that I see is that the guarantee fund, once you have a guarantee fund in a commercial bank, you cannot see it. So it doesn't have a face. So when you go to the bank, you'll just be given a loan as just a normal customer. So even if you have a guarantee fund for women, women will never know. So that is the first problem. The second the second problem is that because of that, when we don't know about the guarantee fund, the performance might be a problem. That means that how many people are actually given that funding, and how many people are reached by that type of loans. So I see when we set up, it's not that I'm saying we should not put up a guarantee fund. We can put a guarantee fund, but we have to have plans. That how many people, geographical coverage, how much, and so on and so forth. We have to monitor the guarantee funds. Otherwise, it will be a fund sitting in the commercial bank, probably benefiting a commercial bank, because they'll have to invest it anyway. And therefore, at the end of the day, we need to make sure that actually women benefit from these funds. Thank you.
See, there was a reason why that opportunity was given. Visibility of the guarantee fund. Esther, I think I'm coming to you. There's been a number of questions. Yeah? Yes. All right. Thank you. In French. Yes. Welcome.
Okay, I'll start with the last comment about whether the women should know they are guaranteed or not. What the women are receiving, the finance they are receiving, is not the guarantee. What happens is because I have told the bank that if you give this woman money and she does not pay, I will cover you part of the risk. So the bank is empowered to give more women. The woman does not need to know whether the fund is guaranteed or not. What we're expecting the bank to do is to give. Now, if majority of the people know there is a guarantee that says if you don't pay, I'll pay, do you think they'll pay? No, that's why even apart from AFAWA, we have guarantee instruments that we use to support private sector lending in the bank, but we don't tell the companies your lending is guaranteed, because the incentive to pay back is reduced once they know that somebody else is taking that risk. So it's the idea of having AFAWA and a guarantee is not so that the women will know, oh, this particular loan is guaranteed. It's so that the person giving will be empowered to give more. Now, on the issue of perception that women that women are riskier, I think the underlying issue still remains with the fact that most women do not have the collateral to borrow. So risk analysis is based on collateral. If I lend you this money, will you pay me back? And if you don't have a collateral to reassure me that I'll pay, you pay me back, my I perceive you as a high risk. That risk perception is not a question of based on the failure of women to pay. It is based on the assessment of the riskiness of investing in women businesses. Now, reality that women reimburse their loans more is based on microfinancing, not real hardcore medium-scale entrepreneurship financing. A lot of women borrow from the micro sector, small loans. And a lot of time people do it as social empowerment. And therefore those women pay back. So that statistics is there. But they are based on different segments of the financial sector. And that's what with the problem. By the time you are going to a bank that is purely a P&L, profit and loss issue, they are looking at where is your collateral to reassure me that if tomorrow you disappear, first of all, as a woman, and I don't know about your culture, my sister-in-law will tell me that my husband owns me and whatever I own. So the day I breathe my last, my husband takes all my property. But the day my husband breathes his last, I have to fight with his family. So if my collateral is based on him, the day he drops dead, I technically have nothing to back up where I've borrowed from. But the day I die, my husband probably becomes a multimillionaire because he takes my life insurance and my everything. So, and this is where we need governments to begin to look at the inheritance laws in our societies, that in a way that women can have access to the inheritance of their husbands. That is not a one-sided inheritance. When you go to French law, when you marry, the day you marry your husband, yourself and your husband sign a contract as to whether you own separately or you own jointly. And that includes your liabilities. So if we own separately, my husband has no liability towards my liability, and he cannot come and claim what I have. I decide who to give it to. But if we own jointly all the way. So we need to governments need to begin to look at policies and laws that talk about inheritance so that women are not unduly disadvantaged due to cultural issues. I know the men will fight it when the government starts, but we have to start somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that really sums up our panel. And I know there's still a lot of appetite. The next panel is actually going to dig down deeper. And we are also going to have Esther on the floor, and she will be actually going into these nitty-gritties of the AFAWA intervention. So thank you very much. This was really good, very active participation. And thank you, my distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we also Pasha for the moderator, please? Number two, Pasha, can we rub our hands together? Rub your hands like this. Pasha, 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 Pasha. When I say Choma, we do it in the direction of Dada Irene. Choma. Well done. Thank you. So the schedule did say we would take 15 minutes break, but I'm going to ask your permission. Can we take 5 minutes to stand, use the washroom, stretch your legs, take the coffee, bring it here. Do not sip the coffee outside. Bring the coffee back inside so that in 5 minutes we continue with the second panel. Second panelists, please, can you go to the back to get your microphone? 5 minutes coffee break. Grab your snacks, grab your coffee, bring it here, please. 5 minutes. We're saving time. Tunaokoa muda. Please run and get your coffee and come straight back. 5 minutes.
the hashtag so that we can follow what's happening. So I can see people coming in. Come on in, ladies, take a seat. And gentlemen, we're ready to continue. We have a full agenda, 2 more panel discussions, and a cocktail. So we have a lot to get through. Okay. My moderator for panel number 2, we've discussed a lot about what the barriers are, the challenges, and I think this was a power panel that has just set the scene for what is coming up next. The moderator for the second panel, I'm going to hand over the floor to, is the managing partner of SRC Agency, which is the agency that has organized this event. So you can already see this women-led business in action. She's going to talk to our panelists today, who are primarily bankers, about what we can do to bridge the gap. We've talked about the finance gap and what some of the barriers are, but what are we going to do about it? Tanya Mulamula, I would like to welcome you to the stage and to also invite your panelists who are all here, mic'd up and ready to go. Can we put our hands together for the moderator, Tanya Mulamula? We can have a few more applause because we've just had our tea. Okay, Tanya, over to you. All the best.
Thank you, Miranda. Yeah, we need to get people in though. Let's just close the door. Sorry, I'm working now. I'm working here, and then I'm going to work here. Thank you. We'll just multitasking. It's what women do well. That's a woman and a mother. A new one, too. Thank you so much. As Miranda has said, thank you very much, Miranda. Fun fact, Miranda was my first boss in Tanzania. If you do remember this, the first job I had coming out of high school, going to university, was Miranda. So I have to thank her. I'm here years later. I will not say how many years. Thank you very much. So I would like to bring up the second panel. I would like to have a gender balance and think of this as an equal opportunity room. So I'll bring the man up first. I would like to have Alex Mgeni come up. Alex, are you in the room? Thank you very much, Alex. Karibu sana. I would like to have Esther come up, please. This is Esther Dasanu from AFDB, and she's the AFAWA manager. Alex here is Alex Mgeni. He's head of business banking at NMB Bank. Next up, I would like to please have Rehema Shambwe, manager products and special projects at CRDB Bank. Rehema, are you in the room? Thank you, Rehema. Karibu sana. And last but not least, I would like to bring up Nishdeep Sethi, Group Director of Structured Finance from AGF, which is African Guarantee Fund. A bit more applause as we have coffee, we have snacks, we have food. Thank you very, very much. I'd like again to thank AFDB, AGF, and TBA for having us here today. I find this panel particularly interesting to me because, as Miranda said, I am a WSME. We do try to access finance, and we are female-led and female-owned. We are, I believe, 95% women in all our offices in the region. We operate, again, a conferencing and PR agency, so we are very cash flow heavy. So when initially I was supposed to be on the panel, but I thought, hey, why not? Let's try and speak about it from both points of view. In the morning, we were speaking to the government and our hosts. The first panel is what I would call the policymakers, the ones who set the pace for how the banks and the institutions work. So I would label this panel the implementers. So after the policy is formed, what happens next? How do we implement everything that is being discussed in the first panel? Because this is now where the meat comes in. A quick story, I tried to go to a bank a few years ago to get a credit line, not a loan, a credit line. And one of the officers asked me, can I have collateral? I said, well, I just have an LPO, I have a contract, I have an invoice. It was a very big one. It was about 250 million shillings worth. The people in our business, we have to pay money up front. So I asked them for 50% of the money that we're getting paid. It's going to come later. And then they told me, you need to have collateral. And I said, unfortunately, I don't have collateral that I could give you that's going to hold against the money I'm asking for. And they told me, you're a woman, come on, go and speak to your husband then. Maybe he has something that he can give you to get money. I said, well then what kind of woman are you? Don't you have a car? Don't you have a house? I said, I have a business that I'm putting in front of you that I own that is generating revenue to access finance. And that was the end of that. I went home, I was a bit upset, and my journey to try and demystify this sector and how WSMEs can access finance and what that means for us as WSMEs, but also I believe it was said earlier by Jules that it's, and Mr. Adesina mentioned, it's two, it's a balance. There's one left eye, one right eye. So the balance here is from this side WSMEs, and the other balance is from the financial institutions, together with AGF and AFAWA. So just diving right in to the conversation. Alex, I'm not going to come at you very hard. We just want to now start trying to demystify this sector and try and understand what it means when you say we are unlocking access to finance to women. Early on, Pamela from FSTT mentioned the gender bond. It's now shown that you at NMB recently launched a financial gender bond. And we wanted to now understand, what does that mean? So we know it's launched, you know, people oversubscribed. What does it mean? And I know when we spoke, you were classifying what is a micro, medium, or small, medium-sized SME. What does that mean, first of all? And then we can go into how does one get money from this gender bond? You on?
Okay, thank you. So, wow, I think a lot has been said. And I think for us as NMB Bank, we have multiple initiatives around unlocking access to finance to women. And I think for me, before I even embark to explain on what we have been doing so far, I think what is critical, and some of these discussions were being thrown by the previous panel in terms of decision making. So I think which is critical for me is to have women in the decision making. So for us as NMB Bank, our CEO is a woman, so that is a big thumb for us. And, and through that conversation now, even in the senior management, NMB has a number of women. And these are the ones coming through with those ideas, propositions, the likes of what you are mentioning now, the Jasir bond, which is a gender-based bond and is the first one of its kind in Tanzania and probably in sub-Saharan Africa if you read some of the write-ups around that proposition. So the bond, we call it Jasir bond, and the aim is to mobilize funds, and those funds, the target is to lend to women. And as we speak so far, the uptake is interesting and it has a nice pace, to say, for SMEs. Especially, I was looking at the numbers up to the end of June. We mobilized around $32 million from that Jasir bond. And one of the largest subscribers were, I think, among of the partners of AFAWA, the IFC. And again, IFC, they usually, if someone has interacted before with IFC, they always bring a lot of conditions a lot of administrative works. And I think this also, it goes also to AGF. We were trying to obtain guarantee in the past few months. The administrative work has been on the geometric side, I would say. Like a lot of conditions now coming through. And I understand the reason why. It is because of the past few years as a country, our non-performing loans has been on the higher side. And because of that, the perception overall as a country, we are the high-risk country in a way because of what has transpired in terms of performing loans. And with that now, sometimes you find it like so difficult to access what we call guarantee. And I think through this conversation, probably some few stakeholders will also witness this and say, probably AGF, you should start thinking, maybe this was a one event or an event that happened after so many years where we've been doing our NPLs have been on the lower side in some few years back. So the Jasir bond, the target was basically to help to unlock access to finance to women. And I think we are doing fine, as I said. But again, the biggest challenge is, as the previous panelists said, we remain to see problems, the likes of financial records, poor financial records to the women businesses. You want to onboard them, you want to give them access to finance, but they have poor financial records. And as NMB Bank, we've been doing a lot around this space through what we call business clubs. In those business clubs is where we bring experts to train those women, and most of the attendants in the business clubs are women. And the numbers for MSME borrowers at NMB now is sitting around 16,000, which is quite high if you go back to Genesis research, what they were presenting. So poor financial records, again, the collateral thing, I don't want to mention much on the collateral side because most of us have been saying so. But again, as NMB Bank, what we've been doing now is to bring financial products, especially in the lending side, the products that themselves, they are self-collateralized. So the likes of assets financing, and last year we launched also what we call Bajaj loan. This is a three-wheelers, riders, and the border. They're self-financed. So, and again, what we have been doing as NMB Bank, what we did is to launch on various cities within the country. And what we were doing actually, if we find a rider who is a lady or a woman, so we amplify it as a motivation to others that I can also access funds to NMB Bank. So those are some of the things that we are doing. And again, the risking you have been mentioning, yes, partners are in, and especially the recent partnership that we have is basically privileging women in terms of support on the collateral side, up to the tune of 75%, while men the maximum is 50%. So those are some of the initiatives that NMB Bank we are doing with various partners. Another thing that we've been doing, you mentioned the story of invoice discounting. Yes, some few years back, we needed a collateral to secure that. But nowadays, we don't. But the critical thing is we evaluate the employer. Is the employer worth it? The risk of the employer. So yes, the invoice is being issued. You are issuing, the invoice, you want it to be discounted, but is the employer who you bill worth it to enjoy that risky, free collateral sort of facility? So that one is critical. But again, what we have been doing nowadays as NMB Bank is trying to sign tripartite agreements with various service providers. And this one, we tend to compromise in terms of collateral requirements. And it's unfortunate, some of those vendors or service providers, and some of them, they are like tier one companies, I would say, they shy away from signing those tripartite agreements. So this could help to reduce the requirement on the collateral side, but because of those sort of maybe lack of collaborations, then it tends to amplify the problem of collateral to the women. But I think another area that probably we are doing a lot as NMB Bank, but probably as AGF and AFAWA, what you can think is to support in terms of infrastructure on the technology side. And this one will help to access funds through digital platforms. As NMB Bank, we have done it. Nowadays, someone can access fund without visiting the branch or any channel of the bank. So you can only borrow money via your mobile phone, but is on the lower side in terms of ticket size. So in terms of Tanzanian shillings, you start by borrowing 50,000. The highest is 500,000. So again, it is based on the scores that you get by repaying back the money. So this one, digitization is the only way to allow even those who are not in the urban areas to access funds with a very low transaction cost to access those funds. So that is another area that we are doing. Again, on the space of Madam Dr. Chaula, we have been working a lot on the Machinga space. And what we are doing now, we are trying to identify those markets and grant loans. And most of the players in those markets you find are women. So we have started this year, I think like 3 months ago when we started. We are trying to also issue loans without collateral. The highest ticket size is 1 million. So we started with Zanzibar, and now we are trying to identify other markets in Dar es Salaam. So we need stable sort of leadership. So how do we ensure in those markets we have stable leaderships? It is by also training them. So as NMB Bank, we have been training. We have to train them. After training them, then we ensure the governance is stable, and then we start issuing loans. So I think in a nutshell, those are the things that we are doing as NMB Bank, and I hope other bankers will also probably replicate what we are doing, because they like to follow what we are usually introducing. Thank you.
I hope the other banks heard that. Alex, quickly, before you turn off your microphone, I wanted to make sure what you told me, I have the right numbers. Something you said when we spoke was that you gave me the loan amounts or the money that people get, and you classified them in micro. And so I think it was $100 to 30,000?
Correct.
Yes. Right. If you can just tell me that figure, then I'll be able to move forward, because I have a reason to ask.
Okay, so like in terms of how we segment as NMB Bank, those borrowing facilities to the maximum of $30,000, they are considered as a micro small enterprise. And this is a large group in terms of numbers. I think when you're talking about 16,000 women who are borrowing at NMB, then probably about 14,000 is part of this group of micro small enterprise, MSC. So they start borrowing from $100 US dollar equivalent to the maximum of $30,000 US dollar equivalent. And after that is what we call small and medium enterprise. So for NMB, it goes up to the maximum of $3 million US dollar equivalent. That is SMEs. And I'm very proud that among the top 3 borrowers at NMB is a woman. She's borrowing around $2 million US dollars.
Applause for her. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. I wanted to ask you about that, because I think now moving on to AFAWA and AGF, I'll ask the question to one or the other. Is one thing that came across is when you think of maybe accessing money, or you are unlocking or giving money, people are assuming it's a grant, or that you're giving money to a bank, maybe for AFAWA and kikapu. I don't know how to say it. I'll say it in English, like the basket of money, because we keep hearing, 300 million has been given, 400 million. We're signing an agreement for 250 million. And maybe the miscommunication also comes. They think that maybe, Alex or Rehema have been given 200 million, and therefore let's just all go apply, because I'm a WSME. I'm going to apply and I'm going to get the money that I'm requiring. What we need to now try and differentiate is what we mean by grant money and what we mean by actual borrowing money. When you borrow money, you have to give it back, but there's a reason why it's regulated. We're using money and it has to be regulated. But what we're trying to discuss now is how do we de-risk by reducing the regulations in place so that women SMEs have access to that money, but they still need to follow the procedures in place that every bank has. So this conversation would be mainly, how do we use your collaboration? I know, you're not giving money, so the question now is, are banks meeting the needs of WSMEs? And then this is how we come in to AFAWA and AGF, and I'm going to throw this to Nishti from AGF, is what does it mean for a financial institution when they sign on for the AFAWA program? And are banks meeting SME needs? Because you're coming in from the back end. We're talking about the guarantee, but we don't need to know about the guarantee because it's more of a moral hazard. If we know it's a guarantee, then we're just going to go, borrow and say AGF will pay back the money that has been given by AFAWA. But now, what does it mean for you and your side, and what is your role in this, and what are we trying to put across to the WSMEs and to the financial institutions?
Thank you, Tanya. That's an excellent question, and I know it's a burning question. For the guarantees that we collaborate with, as you said, the idea is not to give money. It's not to give the banks money and you think Alex or Rahima have this money and you can just go and ask them for it. The idea is to increase the capacity of the financial institution to be able to lend to the women SME. So as Madam Nena had said earlier, the issue is not even the gender. The issue is the collateral. The challenge that the women SME faces in having her own collateral or having collateral that can be used to borrow against. Taking your example, even though you had your business, you were told to go and look for real collateral, right? So it's to actually make the banks realize or capacitate the banks to increase their appetite to lend to more perceived riskier groups, which happen to be women SMEs. So when we come in and we partner with an institution like AFDB with the AFAWA guarantee, and then we come to a financial institution and we work together, the idea is to capacitate them, one, to de-risk the woman SME. So as you said very rightly, it's not for the woman SME to know whether there is a guarantee or not. The idea is that the financial institution, which is the channel for the woman SME and all SMEs to get the financing, is to make sure that they are able to lend to you. And what we do, as Alex said, we guarantee up to even 75%. So that means that basically we're assisting the banks to be able, and microfinance institutions to be able to lend more to women SMEs and such perceived riskier groups. Additionally, because as Alex says, the problems may not be just that it's the collateral or the risk. It could also be understanding the SMEs' needs. Because a lot of the time, the women SMEs have unique needs because of maybe the type of business that they have, maybe the tenor of the loan, the repayment. There was something that our CEO, Jules, mentioned this morning about in agriculture, for example. A woman is given a loan and she's expected to pay it back on day one. But her operations or her harvest or her business processes haven't begun yet. So how does she come in and start paying on day one? So it's also to give the banks the guarantees, but it's also to make them understand through capacity development about the kinds of products that are suitable for women SMEs. So it's more holistic. It's not just about the funding. It's more to do about the growth of the women SME with the bank, with the financial institution. And we work very closely with the financial institutions, and not only to give them a guarantee, but we work with them to create a program to make sure that their capacity is complete holistically. So to what Alex had also mentioned about technology, this is something we're looking into as well. Like, how can we make channels of borrowing much easier for women SMEs, you know, where it's less bureaucratic and they don't have to go through hoops and so many different hurdles to get the financing that their business already actually qualifies for. Yeah. So, you know, in a nutshell, what we are trying to do is to help financial institutions of all sizes to help meet the needs of the WSMEs, not just financially, but throughout their journey, from when they're a startup to when they become a medium-sized and, you know, past that to become one of the top 3 borrowers at a bank like NMB. So yeah, we work on a very holistic scale to be able to empower the banks to empower the women SMEs.
All right, thank you very much. Is my microphone on? It's on, thank you. Thank you very much, Nishti, for that. And I think it's a good introduction to when we talked about, well, earlier, Mama Mbene had mentioned that also in the first panel that women are not educated in the financial literacy, and then we start having a skill gap, a financial gap. And I think what we need to make clear is when you are training in financial institutions, how do you understand a female-owned business? Now, it's not because we're just female that we should get money. What we end up saying is that we have an MB here and we have the team at 30B, you have women in the rooms. But what ends up happening from the business side of things, you don't have many women in the positions to get the know-how and the knowledge. So it's not because I'm a woman, that's because I don't know, it's because there's not many of us to be in those rooms to get us to understand exactly what it means to be financially ready to receive money, whether it's by grants or whether it's by financing or a venture capitalist trying to invest in the company. So it just feels like we need more women in the rooms, or we need to educate more women, because again, not all the companies can afford to have CFOs to try and navigate the space of what it means for financial inclusion. Now when we go to CRDB, and I talked to Rehema, we have met before in this room a few months ago, and I was just asking her, why is it so difficult for us to, not difficult, we have to go through hoops and bounds to get a certain stream of income, of money, or try to get a service from a bank. Now, what we now need to differentiate is the different services the bank offers to SMEs and WSMEs, because like Alex said, we are categorized differently with the amount of money you make and your revenues, and before you need to have your financials. Now, I may think that I'm worth to get a loan of 50 million, but really my financials are not ready enough. So now I think with the training from AGF, and you mentioned that you have a lot of Malaika. Yes, Malaika. What do you call them? Malaika? Yes, yes, Malaika reps in your branches now. Like, as we've seen that it's not proportionate to what females are getting in the market, and we just want to see now how, what offerings does CRDB have in place to address the services and products that are not disproportionately like benefiting women. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for a good question. Basically,
is your mic? I think you have to press it. No, I think it's inside.
It's on. Can you hear it? It's on.
Yeah.
Let me give you my mic. Okay. Let me put this side. I think it's okay. Let me put this.
Yeah. It's on.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me there?
Yes.
Thank you. I think in order to be able to offer good to address challenges for women that women SMEs go through, you need to understand them first. Like for us, we did a little survey where we established gaps, and we found that even ourselves as a bank, we did not understand what women need, what are their preferences, and so on. So we were developing products or solutions that really don't address their needs or the gaps that are available. And for them, they don't know what the bank have. So we address that by, first of all, developing a gender policy within the bank, which that addresses the business women SMEs, plus the internal issues where we need to see a lot of women
going to the ladder. But in terms of businesses, we also establish a value chain, women empowerment value chain within the bank in order to address all the issues, the collateral, the financial literacy, the business skills, lack of business skills, the business formalization, and so on. There were so many challenges. So we needed a value chain that addressed each and every challenge rather than just addressing the financial access to finance. Because when you do access to finance only, you're leaving out all the others. Therefore, you're going to have very few women accessing finance at the end, because you have not addressed the issue of maybe financial literacy. You have not addressed the issue of business formalization. You have not addressed the issue of access to markets. Because lending and then not knowing when the money is going to come back, where there's no markets, it doesn't really address the issue of women economic empowerment. So in the value chain, we started by developing products that women can be able to save safely. Because I know when you keep money at home, or the men can come and borrow and they don't return it, isn't it? So we address by making sure that we have, the lady notes there, so I think she understands better. So we got products that they can be able to save safely, Malkia account, where they can start depositing maybe 5,000, opening by 5,000 shillings, and then be able to save even 1,700 per day, because even Mama Mboga, people who sells vegetable, ladies selling vegetable, can be able to afford to save that amount in order to attain maybe a savings of at least 50,000 per month. And then that account can be able to be used as collateral, as a startup, because I know men have collateral, the women have contributed to those collateral, but when they want to borrow, it's not easy to get those matrimonial properties to be able to use as collateral. So you can start saving through that account, and they can borrow from that account up to 120% over what they've put in. But again, we also have the group accounts, the Nia Moja accounts, where a group of people can come and start saving and to empower themselves to be able to start lending. Because once you start, then you can come to the bank and borrow. However, we understand, so we look at those deficiencies and try to address, as I said, even on board customers or women customers who don't even have collateral, by accepting the non-traditional collaterals, like properties without title deed, properties with like vehicles, movable, and so on. And the second thing on the value chain is we developed lending proposition. The lending proposition cut across. It's not just a product for women. It cut across all the sectors, all the segments within the bank, because women are everywhere. They're in agri, they're in trade, they're in MSME, they're in micro SME, and so on, or asset financing. They have needs all across the banking issues. So the proposition allows them to borrow through each and every product, or to access each and every product, where the proposition have lowered terms and conditions or requirements for lending, for borrowing for them, where they have only 9% interest rate. Collateral requirement is very minimal, less than 50%. They can access the products by even using guarantors and so on, from like family members and so on. By doing the proposition, having the proposition helped us to get a lot of women. We are now having more than 20,000 for just a new proposition, but holistically within the bank since we started in 2011, there's a lot of women have access finance. But still, they are very low compared to the demographic, where I say there's so many women. Our women population is bigger than men. Yeah. And then the third thing we did is to have trainings addressing the issue of capacity of financial literacy and business skills. We established a toolkit book, having issues with women. The toolkit book is for SMEs, but also for women. For women also, there's a specific topic there for women to address women issues. Because women issues are not just financing, as I said. Sometimes it's just to give them, to empower them to work in our banking halls. They just don't have the confidence maybe. So it addresses a lot of issues there. the toolkit is like a mini MBA where they can get training in marketing, business planning, as I said, and a lot of financial issues that are required to manage the businesses, knowledge to manage the businesses, costing and so on. And another thing on the value chain was to establish, to enable women to be able to go to exhibitions, to enable market access for women, where we help them to go to exhibitions, maybe locally, internationally, to be able to see what other women are doing, so that they can kind of learn. And we enable them. Some of them is free of charge most of the time. The training also is free of charge. They come back and they transform their businesses. And also on the last point of the empowerment is when we have a mentorship program partnering with renowned women apex in the country, where we do mentorship like one-to-one, taking someone who has developed maybe let's say this bottle of water and does it so well, and the one who is struggling, that can be attached to the person that is doing that, and coach them, mentor them, and taking through the whole process. How did they get to that point? So why I mentioned all that about the products is because the issues of women is not just access to finance, as I said, and here is to maybe to AFAWA and the rest, where we need to address maybe enabling financial institutions to be able to address other issues by your assistance, because as you know, we are also regulated and we cannot just give money free or inject so much money in other activities. So the products that we offer includes also the LPO financing. Women can access that freely, no collateral required or anything like that. We offer invoice discounting, certificate discounting, asset financing if they want to develop maybe properties to be able to put them as collateral. The requirements are very minimal, so that they can be able to start acquiring their own collateral. And also we encourage them sometimes with their partner. We offer BDS at a very thin layer to be able to assist them to have to make them, their women or their ladies in the business as partners, really, rather than just going there, stay in the shop. At the end of the day, she doesn't have any ownership, but she knows everything. So we also encourage their partners to do that, and we have succeeded. Some men have really given shares to men, up to even 50% and more. So really, the bank is doing more than just access to finance. As I said, really is on women economic empowerment. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rahema. I think the WSMEs in the room just want to know, after all the discussions we're having, and I hope maybe you can reach out to them after, is how can we get money to do what we need to do in our respective businesses? Now, they have mentioned that we are categorized in the value chain and I'm struggling, but also we also need to understand our working capital, our cash flows, our revenues, and working and trying to see how AGF is there to de-risk the industry for us to have lesser conditions and for the banks to understand that yes, we have all these challenges as women, but we don't want to just be called we're women, therefore we don't have E, but we need to also upskill ourselves and the banks can understand. And that is why I would like to now bring in our last panelist. If we haven't understood AFAWA, there's going to be an exam at the end. What does AFAWA stand for? Hopefully we can answer. And we have Esther here, who's the AFAWA manager with the AFDB. And I did tell her a few years ago, I was grateful enough to attend the AFDB summit in Kigali, where Adesina, the president of the AFDB, launched the AFAWA program and unlocked all this money. And I know I have Nike in the audience and we're all there together, but now I think it's the miscommunication because a lot of WSMEs think, okay, so AFDB has unlocked $250 billion for I made up the number. I'm not sure what the number is. I think Esther will tell us the exact number, but I'm talking, these are big numbers. AFDB has unlocked X amount of millions of dollars for WSMEs to access finance. So we're all thinking, let's run to the banks and get this money and go with it. But they are trying to address the gender finance gap. So maybe in conclusion, Esther, you can maybe tie this all back in. Maybe now give us a conclusion with an introduction of the collaboration with AGF and AFAWA and what the African Development Bank is doing to address the access to finance gap that WSMEs are facing, and right now what is happening in Tanzania, because that pertains to us at the moment.
Thank you very much. So I think the starting point is the fact that, as our Director General for the region said it this morning, we've put the growth of women-owned enterprises at literally the center of our development strategy. Why? Because we are firm believers of the fact that the continent will not develop if 50% of the population remains basically, idle. And so for that, the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, AFAWA, was developed. The goal to close the $42 billion gap, and out of that $42 billion gap, we gave ourselves a challenge. $5 billion, the numbers,
Thank you.
is what we want to unlock. But what does unlocking mean? I think that's where, the rubber hits the road, as you say. It's not about mobilizing money. We're not going and saying fundraising, we're going to get to 5 billion. No. What we're trying to do is to leverage funding that is out there from our different partners. So AFAWA is supported by different countries. We're supported by France. The ambassador was here today. We're supported by the Netherlands, Sweden, the European Commission, Italy, Germany, Canada. So all these different, if you will, partners have come together because they want to see women move forward. Women take their rightful places as entrepreneurs and operate fully as entrepreneurs without self-selecting themselves, without expecting to some degree that it's going to be a grant. Because along the line, it's never a grant, to be honest, right? We invest into financial institutions who are then lending to you. So the same way they're lending to you, it's the same way we're lending to them. And there is, at some point in time, repayment, just like they expect repayment from you. So all these partners come together and they decide to put funding in place in order for these investments to be rolled out. However, what we've seen in the past is that these investments were small because there wasn't a specific target towards the women SME. Their financial institutions were not specifically understanding what is the difference between a woman-owned and a male-owned and a youth-owned, and all these things come into a financial institution truly knowing their customers, developing a holistic program to support that customer in their growth. And so supporting women entrepreneurs today is about that. want to ensure that in the next 5 years, 2026 or 2027, depending on how you count, we want to say that we have been able to facilitate access to credit of up to $5 billion for women-owned SMEs on the continent. Yeah. That's what we're aiming for. We know the gap is at 42 billion. However, that gap keeps growing. So if we're not challenging ourselves to try to close that gap, where will we be? But in order for that to work, women entrepreneurs and financial institutions have to come together at the same table and find the solutions basically that works for everyone. And together with the Africa Guarantee Fund, based on what we've heard from both financial institutions and women entrepreneurs, we're putting different mechanisms out there basically to provide the solutions. Guarantee is one. We do even lending, or we're finding ways to support women's access to finance and access to market to corporate lending. So today we don't even work with financial institutions. We can even take like an export trading group and say, look, if you have women entrepreneurs in your supply chain, we will invest in you so that not only will you train them, but you will work with them to become a guarantor when they go asking for financing. You see what I mean? So all these different investments, these different tools are there basically to support the growth. So it's not free money. We're not, distributing the dollar bills, but really trying to facilitate and enable women to come out and bring their full potential to the table. That's what we want. Strong women entrepreneurs who are out there, who have the capacity to grow strong businesses, not micro as we see, because we have a tendency to go back there, but strong women-owned SMEs who can employ a number of people, who can take up to $2 million, and less, by the way. We're not saying 2 million is what we're looking for, but anywhere between $5,000 to $2 million is what we're looking for, and there are a lot of you out there. So in a very concluding manner and introductory manner as well, this is what AFAWA is about, and the African Development Bank is trying to get to, working with all these different partners.
Thank you very much, Esther, for that explanation, and I hope it's a bit more clear for us. It's very clear for me now, the relationship between African Guarantee Fund and AFAWA with AFDB and the financial institutions, and where us WSMEs can fit in. I think, yes, we always come across as, why are you not giving us money, and why is your bank putting a lot of constraints to us getting money? But I think we need to now ask the questions, what is hindering you from de-risking and giving us and unlocking that money for female SMEs, which again ties back into the policymakers that were in the room in the previous panel. It's a whole ecosystem that needs to all speak together. So I'm extremely happy that they were all able to be in the same room today, because now when we have African Guarantee Fund and AFAWA with AFDB, we now understand where the challenges are and how each player is trying to advance and work together to make sure that us as WSMEs unlock this money and get access to credit. Because when we sometimes say access to finance or money, it feels like we're getting grants. So I do hope that the conversation carries on when we go to the cocktail event, because the questions are here. And yes, we do have NMB and ShareDB on the panel, but we do have other institutions in the audience and who will be around. So it's just a matter of building the relationships. It's a two-way street. The bank is your partner in your growth. We can't expect to walk in today and tell Alex or Hema, I want to get X, but we have no relationship. It's a growing curve. So we need to understand what they need, and they need to understand what we need, so that when we grow, we understand each other and they completely understand our businesses. So that is why, again, the training that's happening for the next 2 days for the financial institutions might definitely bridge that gap with miscommunication and how we communicate to each other. I know we are running out of time. There's another panel coming up. I would like to open the floor for 2 questions. Does anyone have a question? No? That's very clear. That's a good thing. So that means that next time we bump into Alex and Rehema, we are going to be very clear about what they're giving us as WSMEs. But okay, okay. We have one question here. Mama Mbele.
Thank you very much for the presentations. I have a question. Actually, we've heard of the services that are provided and clarification on the AFAWA issues. My question to the financial institutions in Tanzania, you're still addressing the formal women entrepreneurs. I do not hear anything about you maybe helping those that are in the informal sector who may qualify to be in the formal sector, but maybe are shying away for some reason or the other. I mentioned that some prefer to remain in the informal sector, even though they are losing out on some of the services that they could be accessing. Now, when you go to the rural areas, I'm assuming you're going, don't you see some of these informal sector women entrepreneurs who are quite good, who are making money, and could be your clients? What measures do you take to bring them in the fold so that you could also increase your client outreach, but also help them? Because I know in the rural areas there are women farmers, large farmers at that, making a lot of money, but it's not reaching the banks. But another question on digitalization. We know that Tanzania is quite advanced in the mobile money services, but we also know that not many women own phones, especially the smartphones. That's another area that I was hoping to hear something said, that there's the issue of people owning the right equipment for the use of mobile banking, but also even the knowledge of using the technology. How are you addressing that? Thank you.
Maybe I can ask Alex to go first. Very quick answer.
Mama Janet, I think as NMB Bank, in terms of maybe onboarding, so we have a very large number of farmers, and these farmers opening an account is an instant thing. So we have our ambassadors going to the rural areas or to the marketplace, the likes of Magulio. So they go there, they open. What you need now, this is another obstacle, because we want a national ID or a national ID number if you don't have the ID itself. But again, we'll go to ask another thing, if you don't have that, maybe a voter's registration ID. So, as you mentioned about the ecosystem thing, it is all about those players also to make sure that people have national IDs. If the license is now on the borrowing side, so those I said the maximum level of facilities, $30,000 US equivalent. We have lesser information requirement from that segment. So for example, we don't ask audited financials. We don't want it to be a company. It may be a sole proprietorship. So we have fewer requirements in that segment overall. And I think we are doing a lot, especially like to the farmers. We also extend a lot of funds or facilities to the farmers, who most of them, they don't have those formal records or documents. Thank you.
If I may. I'll say two things, and one might come out very bluntly, but I'll say it anyway. I think we can't have our cake and eat it too. And what I mean by we can't have our cake and eat it too, if you're a woman entrepreneur and you have come to the point where you need funding, you need access to finance, you have to meet the basic requirement. And the basic requirement is for you to be formal. What does it mean to be informal? Informal means you're invisible. We can't trace you. And with financial institutions, if we can't trace you, you're a risk, because that means you go with the money. The basic minimum and the bare minimum to be able to trace is to have the documentation that is needed, right? So I think it's very important that we kind of push for that. And this is why under the initiative, under the AFAWA initiative, we are embarking in collaborating with different policymakers to make sure that the issue of informality is addressed, especially for women. We're starting rapid assessments, so it's not like we're going to go and address the whole informal market because there's everyone in there, but we're going to target the, you know, the types of businesses that have the capacity, as you said, to move forward and to almost kind of present the business case as to why it's important for them to become formal. Because the moment you want to reach scale, formality is a requirement. It might not unlock financing right away, but without it, there is no way that financial institutions will support you. So I think that is really, really critical. And then the second thing, of course, is through that process, it's training, understanding from your standpoint as an entrepreneur, what is for you and what isn't for you. All financial institutions are not for everyone. Right? And so that education and that information sharing is also really, really important.
Thank you. Yes, Rahema, a quick answer.
Question from Mama Ben. Yeah, thank you for your good question. Well, at CRDB Bank, we do address the issue of micro enterprises, especially women. As I said earlier, we do onboard them, but we understand we have obligation or responsibility to make sure that they're formalized. So what we do, we onboard them if their business is viable, we train them, and then we give them loans and telling them that maybe every time you come for a renewal, over certain months we'll be coming to review you, whether you've started business formalization. For instance, if they didn't have a business license, we make sure we follow up with them, we handhold them as much as we can to take them to the business to municipal business offices where they can have licenses, maybe register in TIN numbers, getting TIN numbers. Sometimes we assist them even to formalize their collateral. They might have collateral, but it's not formalized, it doesn't have any documentation. So what we do, we really take them to make sure that every now and then we check them, is there a progress towards formalization? So we don't really abandon them. We do take them on board, and then we try to educate them to make sure that, or to even take them through the processes of formalizing their businesses. As at the end of the day, in order for them to grow, they must be formalized, and we understand that. But in terms of digital products, even if they don't have a smartphone, they can access our products, CRDB Bank SIM Banking, through SIM Banking, CRDB Bank SIM Banking, they can access through USSD, like star 150 star 03 hash. They can go through that with just a Kitochi phone and access our products, open accounts, borrow through digitally, and so on. So we really reach out to them. But again, the country is vast. And we also, through our mobile Fahari Huduma agencies, they can also access them and get help, because we've trained them how to assist even our customers when they walk into somewhere that we are not visible. We don't have a brick and mortar branch. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahema. Thank you, Mama Bene, for that question. I would like to ask more, but we have to close it and move on to the next panel. But in conclusion, in this panel, I'll say it is the implementing partners that are on the floor right now. And I think we have more of an idea of what they require to implement what is being discussed at the policy level for us as the end user, the WSME. So it's always very good to keep the information sharing going, to be very aware of where you're ranked in the value chain, of how you're categorized in your business chain, and also for the banks to understand how to properly address the females who are coming in to want to unlock finance, but really it's credit and it's money you have to pay back, therefore it has to be regulated, or else it will be all for one for all, and we cannot have that happen. So I would like to thank the panelists again, Alex from NMB Bank, Esther from AFAWA FDB, Rahema from CRDB Bank, and Nishtip from African Guarantee Fund. We really appreciate you being on the panel, and again for our host today, for why we're actually here. I thank you all, and it's been a pleasure to have this conversation with you. And please, let's continue on the discussions later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to our moderator, Tanya. Can we pasha for her as well? Pasha, 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 pasha. Choma. Thank you, panelists. Can you go straight to the technical booth? And panel 3, can you go to the technical booth to get microphones? Meanwhile, everybody else, can we stand up? We have 2 minutes while they put on their microphones. Can we stand up, please? Can you find a new partner? I have a new quick energizer just to get the room ready for panel 3. Can you find a partner, and can you take a pen or a pencil, and can you find a space, put the pencil on the floor between you and the partner. So step away from the table. Can you find a space? Put the pen or the pencil on the floor. Just one. It should be halfway between you and your partner. Let's stand up, please, just so that we can get some energy while we're getting the microphone set. Make sure you've got a bit of space. Move away from the table. Move away from the table, my ladies. Yes, come stand here. I'm going to bring you to the front. The pencil or the pen is going on the floor. Yes. Yes. So, for example, if we were partners, we would put the pencil here, halfway between the two. I need a volunteer to come and be the partner here. Have we got any lady who's alone? Okay, I will facilitate and do the game. Great. Okay, so when I say heads, you touch your head, shoulders, waist, knees. When I say grab, you pick up the pencil. But there's only one pencil, and there's two of you. Can we try? Waist, head. Can you come over here? Quickly run. Madam here, I need you to be the partner here. Waist, shoulders, grab. Okay, who has the pencil? That's 1 point for you. We've got 2 more rounds. Okay, let's start again. Put the pencil down. Waist, head, shoulders, knees, shoulders, grab. Who has 2 points? Has anyone got 2 points? You are very flexible. Last round. Pencil on the floor. Be careful of your back, please. I'm not trying to injure anyone. I'm just trying to raise the energy. Okay, let's go. Head, shoulders, waist, knees, head, shoulders, waist, knees, head, grab. Has anyone got 3 points? Clap for yourself. Take a seat. We have some yogis. We have some flexible people. Asanteni. Okay. I hope no one is injured. Our moderator for the third and final panel. Please, let's keep the energy. Let's keep the focus. This is not a panel. It's more of a fireside chat. This is our opportunity now to talk to women-led businesses or women's SMEs and really hear their experience of what it's been around access to finance. So I'm going to invite the moderator for the next session. I've already been asked twice if she's my sister. So Susan Oko, who is the Principal AFAWA Officer from the African Development Bank, the floor is yours for you to now welcome your panelists. Karibu sana. Can we clap for her, please? She could have been my sister, but she's not, but she is at the same time. Over to you, Susan.
Good afternoon. Okay, thank you. Let me sit. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Can you all hear me? I don't have to hold it. Okay. Can you all hear me? Absolutely. Thank you so much. My name is Susan Oko, as my wonderful MC has introduced, and I am indeed the Principal Officer for AFAWA, and I look after the East Africa region. I'm based in Nairobi. It's my first time in Tanzania, and it's an absolute pleasure to be with you all today. Thank you. The panel session we're going to be having in a few minutes, it's with really, what I would call really 4 powerful women SMEs. When we were conceptualizing this, the idea that we had was to make it a fire chat conversation because we've heard from the policymakers, we've heard from the financial institutions, but there's a missing piece in this puzzle, and that's women SMEs. So what we're looking to achieve from this session is to hear their journeys in terms of starting, growing their businesses, and also their perspectives on accessing finance and also technical assistance from financial institutions. We hope that they'll be honest to share with us their successes and even some of their challenges in this entire process. And so for me, when I was thinking of this panel, one of the proverbs that came to mind is an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, you can go alone. But if you want to move and go far, you go together. And that's why we've brought together all of the very important stakeholders into this room to ensure that this acceleration that we're speaking about for women SMEs in Africa can happen. And so without further delay, and in no particular order, I'd like to call my first panelist, Victoria Mwanukuzi, who is a managing director and founder of Yanzobe Insight Limited. It's a company that deals with horticulture production, essentially in the agric sector. Madam Victoria holds a BSc in Computing and Information Systems and an MSc in Management and Implementation of Development Projects from the University of Manchester. She's an experienced development professional herself with over 18 years and has transitioned into the SME sector and is now running her business. She's also a board member of the Tanzanian Women Chamber of Commerce, whose mission is to empower and advocate for the growth of women's businesses. And her desire is to ensure that more women have access to financial institutions to grow their businesses and improve their livelihoods for their families and the communities. Madam Victoria, we'd like to welcome you to the stage. You're very welcome, madam. Please have a seat. Thank you. My next panelist is Dr. Naike Moshi. Dr. Naike is the country director of CV People Tanzania, and she's also the founder and CEO of Women in Management Africa, WIMA. Dr. Naike is a strategic and innovative leader with a proven track record of building and creating successful business products and services. And as a testament to this, her business, CV People Tanzania, was selected as one of the top 100 women-led businesses in East Africa. And also in 2021 and 2022, respectively, she was the award winner for the most visionary female CEO. Let's clap to that, please. Please welcome on stage, Dr. Naike. You're very welcome. Pleasure to have you. Thank you. And my third, but by no means final panelist, is Aika Makindara Matiku. She is the current owner and director of the Prestige Services businesses, under which the Prestige Daycare and Prestige Pre and Primary School is a subset as part of the parent company. She's also additionally the chairperson of the International School Haven of Peace Academic Board of Governors and also the chairperson of Women Creating Wealth. She's a dynamic Tanzanian women entrepreneur, and she has vast experience in strategy, business development, project management, business training, financial training, and IT services. Please welcome on stage Madam Aika as she speaks. Thank you very much. Wow, it's such an honor to have you, what I would call very powerful women SMEs, join us today. I mean, we've had very serious conversations, so I'm hoping that this session can be as honest, as real, and also as constructive as possible. We're not looking for something combative, as we've spoken. The idea is for us to hear experiences, and also for some of our financial ecosystem players in the room to get lessons, on how they can better support women SMEs moving forward. So without any further ado, I would like to, start the floor maybe with you, Madam Victoria. Can you tell with us your story, your journey to becoming a woman SME? Because I understand that you started, as, You were working in a typical 9-to-5 as a professional, but you made a transition into becoming a full-time businesswoman. Tell us what that journey was like in terms of starting a business and where you are today.
Good afternoon. As I was introduced, my name is Victoria Mwanokozi. I used to work with the European Development Fund for 18 years. And unlike many people, I just got tired of the routine job. Waking up in the morning, going to work and come back. So I just decided to explore and see what is in the world, what is out there. And because I was the head of rural development, managing agriculture and energy projects, I was interested to start business in agriculture. And as you remember, those people who were in Dar es Salaam, there was a time, I don't remember which year exactly, but we had a very fruit and vegetable supermarket called Food Lovers. It's still there, but it's now called Simply Fresh. And everyone was like, have you seen that supermarket? Have you, like going inside and see what they are selling? So one day I decided to go there, but unlike many who were impressed, for me I was like, everything was coming outside of the country. And everything that was there could be found in our country. So I thought, why don't I could have probably tried to facilitate others, but I decided to go myself. So I gave myself, I told myself before I reach the retiring age, I need to quit. And so I decided a farm that is producing horticulture, modern farming where you have all the necessary infrastructure that you need, a greenhouse and irrigation and things like that. Of course, because I left the job, I had money to start with, so probably you would have thought that it was easy. But I came to realize in order to be successful in business, you really need to plan and not just venture in, because otherwise you'll find so many people are talking about losses before they climb the ladder. So it happened the same to me, but because I never had plan B, I didn't want plan B, I focused on plan A, so I persevered. And it wasn't that easy, and I could tell everyone here, business needs to be taught. You just don't do business, and especially if you're coming from employment. And being taught not necessarily formally, it can be informal, but you have people who have already gone through that journey. It's very important to learn from them. Luckily enough, I was trained, there was an opportunity of Grassa Marshall Trust where I joined, and it was really, I could say, a very practical training. It was collaborated by UNCTAD. So we had like a week of severe training, but then like 10 months with mentors and coaches. One of my coaches here, Gloria, it was really good. And as Naike said, my company was also among the 100 women company from Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, Rwanda, that we were sponsored, and we went to Rwanda. So we grew up that way. But when it comes to financing, it's so hard because you really need to keep the documents right. And what I'm encouraged is that the problems that we are facing, they are not new. Even the bankers, even the financial institutions know. But then now we need to see what's the way forward. How can we help? Because I look at myself and I say, Vicky, if you are struggling, what about the ones who are, yes, down there, who are somehow maybe not really literate, but they cannot access funds. But luckily, I tried once to access funds, and I was given by CRDB. And thank God this year, I don't know when it happened. I think last year they lowered the rate for agriculture. So I got 9%, and I'm trying now to see how this can be lowered more down so that others can have access to finance. Maybe I will stop here for now, and if the time allows, I can talk more.
Thank you so much for sharing that perspective. I think one of the things I've taken out of what you have just shared is the importance of planning. There are lots of women in the room who are in professional 9-to-5 jobs, and sometimes have started what we call side hustles. And oftentimes, if there isn't the right, process or the right, pillars in place, we, might find ourselves in deep waters.
True.
So thank you for sharing that. But I just wanted to get the perspective of my other two speakers, just so we have a level playing field. Very quickly, Dr. Naike, if you can just also share with us your journey into starting your business and where you are now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Naike, as mentioned earlier. I'm the country director for CV People, which is a recruitment agency, and also founder of Women in Management Africa, known as WIMA. My journey in entrepreneurship actually started in 2012. After being in employment in UNESCO for 3 years, I thought I've always wanted to work for myself. I've always wanted to freedom. Little did I know that I was going to go for a roller coaster ride. It was very stressful. I remember that at that time in 2012, I wanted to start a consulting company, business consulting company. I did. I registered the company, everything, and also used my savings that I've accumulated working for almost more than 8 years, from the beginning. I started the company, but everything was just difficult. Imagine you're coming from employment, you have no network, you have no contacts, you have nothing. So within a year, that consulting company just failed. All my savings were drained. And at that time, I already resigned from my employment. And I was like, how do I go back? How do I go back to employment again? If this is the route that I've chosen, then I have to persevere. I have to stick with it. So at that point, I met someone through a networking opportunity. And they told me that there was a global franchise that we were looking for a local partner that could be able to run the recruitment agency here in Tanzania. That was the year 2014. Like I said, remember, all my savings were gone. Even if I decide to go to a bank, who is going to give me the loans when you have given traction that your business has already failed? So for me, the easiest route at that point was to ask my parents for a loan, which I did. I asked for $3,000. I remember that was in 2014. That here I am, I want to start a recruitment agency, and I'm ready because I had a background in HR. So starting this business was a bit different from the way I started initially. Now I had the support, when we're running a franchise opportunity, you have the support of people who have done it. Also, the systems and structures were already in place. The name was also there. The only thing that I had to do was starting to build a team, was to focus on sales, and that's what I did for the last more than 7 years. And through that process, I learned a lot of skills, business skills. This is how a lot of business grow. They focus so much on sales, and that's what I did. Coming forward to 2020, this is when COVID hit. Once again, I was also one of the statistics. Small business were hit. We're in a recruitment agency, and at that point, nobody was recruiting. Everybody was letting people go. So I was struggling to make franchise payments at that time, And imagine you have been in the business with the global franchise and you're able to make all these payments for more than 6 years. And now they're telling you that if you cannot make those payments, you're out. We are taking you out. So I remember going to a bank. This is the bank that I've been established. I was like, can you guys support me in case I'm not able to make those kind of franchise payment? They were like, oh yes, Nike, we've been with you guys for a while. We can be able to support you in terms of line of credit. So I got that support, but at the same time, things were still going wrong. Like, we're not getting any sales. No one was recruiting. So I remember at that time, we just came back to the office and all our systems were just shut down with CV People Africa. Imagine you have your team, you have your employees, they're coming to a place where they no longer have work. You as a leader, what do? How do you say that this is it for you? This is a team of full-time of more than 12 people we had at that time. So it was a challenging moment, but also I think it was a wake-up zone that I can no longer be able to rely on the global franchise opportunity. We've already built a name for ourselves. So I remember talking to my team, let's start over. It's not easy to start over. And we did that. We started over. We were just 4 of us, but we were able to grow back again to the team of full-time employees. So you would say my journey also through that time, I remember, as we're trying to raise funds, I didn't go to the bank, because sometimes I feel like most of the problems are within us as women entrepreneurs. Maybe it's the skills that we're lacking. Maybe there's some things that we're not doing right. And I don't think even if you give me the money, then that will be able to solve it. So I remember at that time, there was a call for application for a grant. They were looking for people who can support youth in the areas of employment. So we did write a proposal. And thank God, that proposal was successful and they were funding business. Business. You know, most of the grants that are provided are usually for non-profits. But that grant was able for us to focus on building our system, upskilling ourselves, but also just to thinking like, okay, we have what it takes. You know, we can be able to grow this business. So this is where we are now. Even from that innovation, that's where WIMA comes in. When you're focusing in the area of lack, you're bootstrapping, you have no other choice. When you have no other choice, you'll find a way. You're going to be creative. You're going to have to find a way. Whether it's to do cold calling from morning till evening, you will do it. Whether it's to meet 500 people a day, you will do it. And I think that is the mindset that we need to have as women entrepreneurs. But also I just wanted to add, for women entrepreneurs to have access to finance, they need to consider the 5 C's. I call them character. Actually, this is what my banker told me at that time. Character, you need to have character. Mm-hmm. You need to be able to have integrity. Capacity, are you good at what you're saying you're good at? Mm-hmm. Is that business, is this really what you're good at? Collateral, we have seen that here today. Have collateral, whether it's some sort of an asset, even a property, just have something under your name. Conditions, are you able to meet the conditions? And of course, that's what is important. So in terms of what needs to be done for these kind of challenges, I believe for women entrepreneurs, we need to focus on the business itself. Most of the time, it depends on the type of business. For my business in the service sector, it's usually within. You don't need external funding for that. You need to develop the metrics, the KPIs, the system and structures, technology and innovation, networking, all that. And I believe once you do that, your business can be able to grow. I would like to end here for now.
Wow. Can we just give that round of applause? I think you've just given us a mini crash course at MBA, just right there with some of the lessons that you've shared. Some of what I've learned from what you've said is the importance of resilience.
Yes.
The importance of being able to adapt when things don't go as planned. So that's, in other words, pivoting in your business. And of course, very critically important is, in addition to accessing finance, is building capacity. Because those skill sets are the things that will sustain you in the long term and will help to ensure that the financing that you have accessed actually helps to help you scale your business. Thank you so much for sharing that, Dr. Nike.
Thank you.
Madam Aika, again, I'd like to hear your story very briefly, but in addition to that, what we'd like to hear as well is, you know, in terms of expanding your business, can you tell us what it was like for you in accessing finance? You know, when you approached the financial institution, what was that process? Was it successful? What were the learning points from that?
Thank you so much. My name is Aika Makindara, the MD, CEO of Prestige Business Services, which owns Prestige Daycare and Prestige Pre and Primary School. I used to work for corporate for almost 10 years, more than 10 years, banking and telecommunication. And I got tired, I was bored, I wanted to do more. Then I made a decision to quit the corporate world and to start my own business. So I approached my sister, she's here with me today, Madam Terry, and we spoke, and she was working, and we decided to start our own business, which was daycare center. And we put our money together, 50-50, and we started the daycare center. So we started our business with nothing in terms of customers who are the kids, and we grew up the business. So within 7 years, we grew and decided that now we need primary school. So we didn't have much money apart from the operational money. So the only way was to go to the financial institution. At the time, we did approach financial institution. So the money we wanted, the corporate bank could not give. So we started with microfinance bank. And we wanted around 25 million, and the interest rate was high, but we needed the money to buy the plot. So with our savings and the money from the bank, we managed to buy the land to build the primary school. So we started the primary school from the scratch. So after building several classes, we wanted now to build, to expand, to have more than classes, like the security of the school. It was an open, so we needed to build the security fences and things like that. So we had to go to corporate. The process was long, but at least they were ready to build that relationship with us. So what I found important is to know your customer, that the bank needs to know the customer, especially a woman. Instead of just taking the paper, you know your name, where do you stay, you have to know exactly what that customer is doing. So they came and visit and ask a lot of questions. Within that visitation, we build that relationship. And they say, yes, this is the business to invest. So that was the starting point to have a relationship with corporate. So since that time, it was 2012 up to now, I've been borrowing from the bank. The issue of collateral came. I had assets, but the assets belonged to me and my husband. So I had to request the permission to use the collateral. So what I can say for women who are here, it's better to, if you have assets, it's better to have a joint custodian of those assets instead of having nothing, or either you have your own, or if it belongs to a family, you have that your name over there. It's easy to use that. Another thing which I have experienced from the banking sector is the cost of processing the loan is high. Like you find out, for example, you wanted 20 million, but 3 million is taken up front, like processing fees, legal fees, and things like that. So if you're dealing with a woman, you find out some of the money they've already taken to process that loan, and you ended paying the full amount of the loan. So those are the things which the bank industry need to revisit and see if they want to cater for this sector, like women's sector. These are the things which we want to tackle. And the last thing is don't be afraid. You have to have you have to have a passion for what you're doing and have confidence in your business. And you have to have a proper business plan. And when you take a loan, you have to know how are you going to repay that loan. Most women sometimes when they go and take a loan, they don't know how are they going to service that loan, how they're going to repay that loan. So as a business owner, you have to be a marketing person, you have to be a salesperson, you have to be a financial person. You have to understand your business holistically in order not to fail to repay that loan. So you have to build that confidence with the bank. And when the bank understands that you understand your business and you have a business plan which is viable, it's easy to work with the bank.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll come back to the financial institutions shortly, but let me address this question to you, Madam Victoria. Let's talk about the laws and the regulation and the enabling environment that either sometimes, help or hinder women SMEs in Tanzania. So in your opinion, from your experience as a woman entrepreneur in the horticulture and also the agribusiness, are there some laws and regulations that you feel in Tanzania that perhaps have made it difficult for women SMEs generally to grow and start their own businesses? And, and have any of them impacted you? And what do you think, if you were to make a recommendation, would be a way to mitigate some of them?
Yeah, like my sister Janet said, I wish TRA would be here.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, because, this business of targets, they really don't care. It's targets. When they're given targets, it doesn't matter. Even, especially for companies now. In order to grow, you need to have a company. In order to borrow, unless you just want to be not seen. Now, when you have a company, and even when you declare losses, there are so many things that you are not compliant with, and they will just charge you. It doesn't matter, because at times they normally say when it comes to agriculture, many taxes are being waived. But still, either it's provisional, either it's withholding, either it's, you breathe and the penalties, so it's really, really difficult. And I hope the government is not here, but it's been recorded. To do business in Tanzania, it's difficult.
It is.
The environment is very difficult. You are trying, we are pursuing, but obstacles are always there. It reaches a point you are like, you guys, are you not us? Are we not living? So it's very difficult, and because we still want to pursue, and I always have a voice for people who are really struggling down there. And we are trying to address this issue. And because at times, when we have meetings like this, they speak with soft voices. But when you go back to them, it's really another story. So we need to stop the talk show and really address the real issue. Yeah.
Do you want to make some contribution to that in terms of recommendations? So we've addressed the issue, we've identified that these are the constraints.
Yeah, maybe
so
recommendation.
Yes.
For women entrepreneurs, I think the question that they should always ask themselves before going to the bank is this really the last result? Have I got everything in place within my business? Have I tried everything? Have I hired a consultant, a coach? What are the business, what are the sales looking like? What are the strategies, governance? Sometimes we are missing that too. So I think those are the questions, but also I would like to challenge the financial institutions. I would think we need more financial literacy in the areas of moving from savings to investment. What if AFAWA could work with women entrepreneurs who have a lot of money, and you can use that money, instead of giving it to the financial institution, use that money and giving it back to the bank so that it can grow. Because I've seen a lot of women, especially high net worth women, they're like, Nike, I want my money to grow. And we're forgetting this type of audience. We are always focusing on the micro levels, but we have high level women who have a lot of money sitting in the bank, and they're looking for opportunities on how they can grow their money. I believe also women empowerment should be at the top level, it should be at the leadership level, and it should be at the management level.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's clap to that, please. Thank you. Let's take it a little bit, let's approach it from a different perspective, because, at the end of the day, you're a businesswoman, but you also have the responsibility of managing the home and also balancing your life in totality. So let me ask you, Aika, in your own experience, how would you say you have found balancing running a business and also showing up in the home front and also having the support of a partner, a man, your husband, in terms of running a business and ensuring that you have adequately been supported? So we're looking at having men as our advocates from a he for she perspective.
Actually, till now, I haven't found that balance between working in my business and home. My family is missing me because my business is still growing. But I have targets, like the primary school is in 4th year now, so I put myself within 5 years, I'll be able to give to other people to manage. So I've employed people. Currently we have like 76 workers under our business. So I've employed professionals to run my schools. That way I can spend more time with my family. That's one. And 100% I have support with my partner. He does support my business because I've involved him from the beginning. Apart from giving me the collateral, still he's supporting me financially when I need to invest because I'm still building, I'm still investing. So it's important for when you start a business, not like some women, they don't tell their partners, but it's good from the beginning to involve their men, partners, and for them to understand what you're doing, for them to know where you are. And that has been very successful, so on my side.
Thank you very much. Madam Victoria, did you want to add to that from your perspective?
To balance
Yes,
between...
exactly.
It's not easy, especially when you are building a business, because you focus your energy and the investment that you have already put it down, you want to see coming into material, but believing that in certain years that will be able to make it to break even.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. So let's bring it back to the financial institutions. We have some of the key players in the room here today. If you were to speak to a financial institution in terms of advising them on how to customize, I'm not sure why there's feedback, advising them on how to customize products and services to meet your needs and as a woman SME, what should that look like? What sort of products and services would you say that if financial institution A or B had, it would serve me as a woman SME and also serve other women SMEs? So let me start with you, Dr. Nike. You can address that question.
Yeah, very interesting. First of all, I think if we're to speak to financial institutions, the requirements are too much. Just opening an account, I was just opening an account with WIMA. Every day there's something missing. Every day there's something missing. This is missing, this is missing. Can you imagine what it would be like if we were just to get a loan? And I think these are the things that women are shying away from. So the requirements, we have to reduce some of those requirements. The interest rate, that has been a turn-off for me from the beginning. Imagine here you are, you're starting a business and you have to pay interest rate from 20 to 25%. I think that can create hindrances for someone who is starting. They'll be busy focusing on paying the loan rather than focusing on the business. So I think the big question is, are we really empowering the women by giving them loans, or are we just throwing them down and now they're busy just making money for the bank to get that money? Another thing I think we should, like I said, we should have products, investment products for women, like the gender bonds. I thought that was very interesting. I think NMB just had that. We need innovation products. We need to have access to mobile where we can just get easy loans directly from our phone. That way we can be able to reach even a woman who is far away from the village. You know, they're not able to go to a bank. They can easily access that. So I think digital and innovation is really critical for mobile financing. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll add in addition to that, part of the AFAWA pillar, apart from providing or facilitating access to finance, is also providing technical assistance to financial institutions to help them better structure their products and services to serve and cater to women SMEs. So this is something that is definitely in the pipeline for us, and we're working assiduously to ensure that we include and we support more financial institutions to support more women SMEs. Just as we wrap up this session, maybe I will ask Madam Victoria, if you were to advise your younger self as a woman SME starting, what would be your advice to say, as you're starting in business, these are some of the lessons learned, and these are some of the things you can do better?
Okay. First of all, I have another position as a member of board member of Tanzania Women Chambers of Commerce. We have so many women throughout the country, and Zanzibar as well. We have youth who are really trying to find things to do, because as we know that the unemployment rate is so high, and like going to the banks because of those collateral is not easy. And what I always advise is networking is very important. You know, like you need to have, there are people who are just home depressed, you know, like they don't even have courage to go out. But we as mamas and sisters, we really need to encourage them to go out, because that's where they'll get information. Like for me, even now, there are so many information that I didn't even know. You see? So information is power. Right information is power. So I would like to tell to all those young people that they really need to come together and learn. Because for instance, I've gone through the journey, and I always want to share the mistakes that I made, that they should not do the same things that but where are they? When they're in the groups, it's so easy to address those challenges and show them the right way to go, even if they'll still make mistakes, but not as much as probably I did.
Thank you. So that's the power of networking and the power of mentorship, from what I've heard. Thank you so much, my distinguished panelists. I will now open up the floor to questions. We'll take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. If there are any questions, kindly indicate by raising your hands, and I think a microphone will go around to address, give you an opportunity to ask a question. The room is very quiet. Are we all okay? Are we doing okay? Yes? This is the final panel session, so we're nearly done. Do we have any questions in the room for our wonderful women SMEs today? Are you thinking of becoming a woman SME? Are you in a full-time job? Are you considering it? This is a chance for you to ask a very burning question. Anybody?
Maybe, Susan, we can add, if there are no questions, there might not be any cocktails. So somebody ask a question.
Okay, I think we have a
there
question
we go.
in the corner.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Mboka Mwanitu. I'm the ambassador for Rural Financial Inclusion. I just wanted to ask a general question for the SMEs. When was the first time you learned about finance? For example, just on a layman, we are talking about financial literacy, but is it something that you learn as you grow? Is it something that you had at home? Or is it through business that's when you started to learn about finance? Yeah.
You can take the question. Aika, you can answer the question.
Okay. For me, what I can say is both. I've learned about finance in school. I have Bachelor of Business Administration and MBA, but also through experience. And then lastly, through working with Grasa Machel Trust, I received formal training, entrepreneurship, and finance training through that. And when I took a loan from the bank provided training. So I had that long list of areas where I learned about finance.
Thank you. Thank you. Did we have any other question? Someone at the back? Okay. You want to say something?
I have a recommendation.
You have a recommendation? Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, there is a question.
Maybe just so.
Yeah. Now that we are eating into the cocktail time, it will be brief. If any of the panelists can take it, if you were to do it again, what are the 4-5 steps you'll go through to just get it right? If you are to do it again, what are the 3-4 key things you'll do before rolling out? Thanks.
Yeah, I think I'll take that. For me, number one is having a governance board. I remember when I was starting, I didn't even know what a governance is. I was just going on my own. And I think a governance board is really critical to give you the support and also just to have that sustainability. You're not for the business by yourself. That's number one. And also I believe skills in terms of upskilling. Always upskill yourself, upskill your team. That is very critical. Systems and structure are very important. I think in business we just do so much, there's no systems, and we get to fall out and lose out in the process. So that is important in terms of technology and innovation. Maybe the other panelists can add as well.
Yeah, as a farmer, you can be told when you grow something, it pays, and you just go and do it without really trying to see who has done it and really get something from the person who has done it. So for me, actually planning is key. And when I say planning, it doesn't even have to be professional, but you really need to say that I'm having this amount, I'll invest this amount. You really need to know your journey is. And actually, even to add on that, for us who are doing business, it's very important for your employers to know your vision and your mission. Because even when they don't see anything now, but they see where they are going. So it's very important for them to stay because they know the future is so bright. So there are so many things that if I'm told to do it, I'll do it differently. Yeah.
And last remarks from Micah.
Yes, the last remark is for the financial institutions and AFAWA. The women informal sector in Tanzania is huge. Even if we are looking for small and medium enterprises, we shouldn't ignore that sector. We have the bank institution and AFAWA. They have to find a way to tap to that. They have to work to other organizations in order to bring the informal sector to be formal. That way, we can leverage in what we want to achieve as to bring all those women to be able to access finance. That will be one of the successful factors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to my awesome panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor moderating this panel, and I would like to say thank you to my panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists and moderator. Can we also Pasha for Susan, please? The moderator, Pasha, Pasha, Pasha. Pasha Zaidi, come on guys. Pasha, Pasha, Pasha. Choma. Thank you, panelists. I wanted to join you on the stage. This was my conversation here. So thank you for enlightening us and sharing your journeys. Very, very insightful. Please do step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Round of applause for them. And a gift from the event team. Just a note on the gift bags. There's some interesting goodies in the gift bags from women SME owners. So I just wanted to call upon, or maybe you could just wave to us, some of the gifts you will have seen in the bag. Have you seen the cashew nut butter? Has anyone seen cashew nut butter in the bag? It was one of the panelists, Rosemary Kimolo. She's no longer here, but we are supporting. She's here. Hi, Rosemary. Come on up. We just want to say hello to you. Did you see the body butter? Okay, this is Abigail Ambweni's body butter. And I know it's Rosemary. I'm just reading out the three people. Sorry. We also have chocolate in the bag, which was made by Jacqueline Kweka. She's not here, but we can still call her up. So just a moment. Tell us about your business.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Rosemary Kimolo, an entrepreneur and a mother of two beautiful girls. I own this product. I do atoti cashew nut, is a roasted one. And I also do atoti peanut butter. I also have atoti cashew nut butter, which is on those packages. They're the beautiful, highly tested one, highly quality products. I really appreciate to be in this session. I've learned a lot, and I believe from here, my product will go into the next level after gaining a lot of information today. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Oh yeah, I can have a lucky person. Who wants a gift? Who wants a gift? Sorry? I know if somebody wants a gift, we'll come and grab a gift. I'm not going to send a gift to somebody. So I was waiting for somebody to come and grab it. So it seems like nobody wants a gift. You can have this, and please visit my page on Instagram, Atoti Products, and bring your view there. Thank you so much. I have a Facebook as well, Atoti Products. Thank you so much.
Okay, now you're pushing it.
Maybe you'll choose the second person.
Well, I don't want to eat into the cocktail time, so my name's Abigail. Oh. My name's Abigail Mbweni, and I actually am part of the event organizing team, but I am also an entrepreneur. I'm a mom to a wonderful 4-year-old boy. And I would say I've learned a lot today. I have no beef with the banks. Only because, Naike, you said something really key here, and I just want to pick up from that point, that before you go to the financial institutions to seek, if it's a loan or financing, ask yourself, is it the last resort? I have a sister here who knows that I am one person who doesn't give up, and a few other sisters as well. I never, ever have given up on my dream. So I work full-time, but I'm also a full-time business owner.
and I create beautiful, wonderful hair care and skincare products. And I am the queen of starting from zero. So I just want to say this to encourage anyone out there who thinks you must have a lot of money to begin. Just begin. I'm literally reinvesting my profits back into my business every time. So I'm taking it slow, and I'm growing gradually at my own pace, focusing on my journey and not looking at somebody else and saying, oh my God, I should be here, I should do this, I want to do this, I want to grow big. No. I want to grow at my pace within my comfort, and to make sure that I don't put pressure on myself, enough to run myself to the grave. So just a word of encouragement, and I do have an Instagram page. My brand is called The Aphrothecary. The name is derived from the Greek word apothecary, meaning, yes, so it's basically like your hair and skin pharmacy, but for Afrocentric people. So I have hair care products and skincare products. You can find me on Instagram. For those who did get the sample butter, please open it and smell it. You'll come running to me at the cocktail. Thank you.
Or we can come smell your hair, right? Thank you very much. There are other women-led SMEs that were here today, but we can't hear from all of them, so thank you very much. The time has come to wrap up, to close. Just to briefly summarize what we've gone through today, we started with our opening ceremony this morning. This is where we're at. We know already that women are underserved, and therefore we have to think about how we can bridge this gender financing gap. We talked about cultural norms. We talked about how women started in the kitchen, now they're in boardrooms, now they're running businesses, now they're sitting in political positions. We talked about the double burden, and each of the women that came up a moment ago started with, I am the mother of. Yes, they're running businesses, but they're also doing other business at home as well. I'm also the mother of a couple of them as well. We talked about the informal economy and why it might not be incentivizing to step out of that space and what work needs to be done, and looking at how we may lack assets. I'm one of those people. I have a very successful business, but I don't own a piece of land. You'd be surprised to know. So what can we do walking away from here? And I think we were challenged by Dr. Chaula. She said, are we the people? Are we the recipients? Are we going to pass this message outside of the room? Are the right women going to hear this message? So from a policy point of view, very briefly, we talked about curriculum changes. How do we make sure that financial literacy becomes a core part of our curriculum? How do we make sure the environment is more enabling? We've talked about tax. We've talked about registration of businesses and how difficult that is. We've talked about the tax process and how we need to be incentivized to enter into the formal economy. For the banks, are you still here? Our financial institutions, we love you, we need you. However, can you be conscious? Can you listen to us? Can you market to us in the right way, in a holistic way? Can you create products for us, women-led businesses, that will cater to our needs? We've heard about the gender bonds. We've heard about guarantees and how women now are going to be able to access more finance. I believe it was 5B, Esther, you said, is what you're trying to mobilize across the continent. To the individuals in the room, that means everyone, business owners and non-business owners, can we communicate about this opportunity to women that need to hear about it? Can we support women-led businesses more? Can we recognize our privilege as well and make sure we open the door and we pull other people with us? We were challenged earlier. We are privileged, we're educated, we're in this room for one reason or another. We're sitting in the Hyatt with the AC on. How do we make sure that other women are also accessing these opportunities? Please, let's do our job there. And finally, last and certainly not least, to the women-led SMEs, the women that are in the room. We had some of the panelists. There are others who are working and running businesses. Can we work on our business, not just in our business? Let's work on it. Let's improve it. Let's professionalize. Let's get the paperwork. Let's step up. Let's be ready to scale. Let's build our nation. Let's build our continent. I will say thank you very much. Today has been really enlightening. Thank you, all the speakers, the moderators, the organizing committee, AFAWA Finance Series. This is the first of many. We appreciate that you chose Tanzania as the launch. Karibuni tena, na tena, na tena, na tena. Women, let's get ready. Thank you. My name is Miranda. I'm a fellow entrepreneur, and it's been a pleasure to be with you today. Asanteni. Cocktails will be served on the top floor because there were questions. So level 8, the 8th floor. And for those of you coming for training tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the morning, all the very best. Soak up what you can. Thank you very much and good evening.